Let's get ready to rumble!
Terrence Key. Shout out my nigga Bruce. Keith White Sweat. Lamar, what's happening? Look. I'm living at the speed of light cause I'm just trying to make it. Shit is too real, nigga. I can't even fake it. Early morning moving at the roots, he let the beats build, bitch. And we never switch. Even if I'm rich, I'll be broke like I'm Mitch. Niggas talking down, but that's headed in the wrong direction. But I knock that shit out like the boxing section. Cause they can't touch what they can't see. All I gotta do is be the same me. All I gotta do is keep it G. Always be the same me. While I'm solid, boy, they can't change me. No.
Hey, what's up? What's going on, everybody? What's going on? Welcome to the boxing section. I'm your co-host, DJ. The host, Kyle, will be over shortly. He's still interacting on another show. So what's going on, everybody? You know, this is Lubin week. It's Hammer time. We got some great fights happening on Showtime this weekend with Tony Harrison and Sergio Garcia, as well as Erickson the Hammer Lubin fighting the prospect everybody's got their eyes on, man. He's supposed to have next in that super welterweight division, 154 pounds, and Sebastian Fundora. They call him the Towering Inferno. So we're going to see what's going on with that. Also, Savannah Marshall, congratulations to her. That was a beautiful left hook that she hit Femke with last weekend, Femke Hermans with last weekend. And she set up possibly the biggest fight in women's boxing history with her and Gwoat Shields, the Gwoat Clarissa Shields. That fight is supposed to happen sometime around the end of June, early July. Everybody keep their fingers crossed. Nobody gets injured. Nothing happens. We'll start off with that, man. Hey, all the storylines going into that fight. Both ladies are undefeated. I think they have the same record, if I'm not mistaken. I think they're both 12-0. Only real difference, other than their styles, is the amount of knockouts that Savannah Marshall had. Savannah Marshall, who's training with Peter Fury, has adopted what it seems to me that Tyson Fury style, with that herky jerky in and out paw and jab to set up the right hand style, but she will sit down on her punches. And she's been able to get these ladies out of there, man. So, you know, the big knock on Clarissa Shields is she has no power, but yet she's been outboxing people. In my opinion, she should have gotten a stoppage in her last fight. Excuse me, against Emma Kozin. Because she, you know, it was one point, I think in the 7th or 8th round, she hit Emma Kozin with like a 7 or 8 punch combo. And the girl didn't respond. She was just in the corner with in a state of physical surrender, as I say. Anytime you just step back and put the earmuffs on and not really swinging back, to me, that's a state of physical surrender. It's like, please do whatever you got to do, but please get off of me. So, you know, that's set up a great fight coming in. I think Clarissa Shields is going to win that fight. I believe she's not gonna be the same fighter that she was when Savannah Marshall beat her in the amateurs when she was 16 years old. She beat her when she was a child, and you know that's what the promotion is going to be leaning towards, as well as Savannah Marshall's knockout power. But ultimately, I just think she's too slow. Tone Brown, SF City Slicker, what's good? Hey man, listen, I'm also excited about that. I didn't speak about that, but there's a great UFC card this weekend as well. You got 2 title fights. You got the featherweight championship between the reigning defending champion, Alexander Volkanovski, fighting against Chan Sung Jung, better known as the Korean Zombie. So that's going to be a great fight. You got the long anticipated rematch between the champion. No matter how we see it, he is the champion. Aljamain Sterling, the Funkmaster, against Peter Yan, the cheater. Peter the Cheater, as Aljamain has been calling him. Peter the Cheater Yan. So we'll see what happens with that as well, man. And we've got the another long awaited showdown. Everybody's been kind of on this, well, a lot of people have been on this Hamzat Chimaev hype train for a while. And we're about to really see. I've been waiting to see him actually. It's the same thing that we say with Boots Ennis. You know, everybody kind of sees the talent. They see the dominating wins that he's had, and he's doing exactly what he's supposed to do to the opponents that are not supposed to be in there with him, is he's getting them out of there or he's dominating them. So we're going to find out a lot about Hamzat Chimaev this upcoming weekend when he fights former title contender, former title challenger, and Gilbert Burns, who actually dropped Kamaru Usman in that fight. He had Kamaru Usman in deep doo-doo for a minute. And so, you know, we're going to find out whether or not Hamzat Chimaev is the goods. Now, personally, I would have rather see him fight somebody like a Vicente Luque, but Luque already had a fight lined up with Bilal Muhammad, so Gilbert Burns was available. Gilbert Burns called for that fight, and so this fight's happening. The difference between Hamzat, even though besides different sports, of course, the difference between Hamzat Chimaev and a Boots Ennis, ain't nobody lining up to fight Jaron Ennis. People were lining up to fight Hamzat Chimaev. He's only had 10 pro fights. You know what I mean? And, you know, the UFC is giving him this push, you know, because he talks a lot. And I really think he's starting to, which you kind of have to a little bit in professional sports, especially fighting. He believes in himself, but I think he's really starting to believe he's better than what he is. You know what I'm saying? So, but like I said, you have to have that ego about yourself. That's that championship swagger or big champ shit, as my guy UGC Flame would say. So we're gonna find out a lot about him this weekend, man. A lot about him. Let me pull up the card. Let's see. Let me pull up the card. Yeah, man. Whereas last weekend was kind of dull with fights. I think all you had was the Savannah Marshall fight, unless you were interested in some more fights that were out there. Oh yeah. I almost forgot about Mackenzie Dern and Tisha Torres. That is also going to be a great fight. Oh man. You got the kickboxing of Tisha Torres versus the grappling of Mackenzie Dern. That'll be a great fight, man. That's another great fight. Let's see. Let's go on down. Okay, Ian Gary versus Darian Weeks, another good fight. Ian Gary, he claims he's the second coming of Conor McGregor. Said Conor McGregor kind of kicked it off for Irish sports, for Irish fighting in MMA. So he's gonna take the reins from here. And then you got Jairzinho Rosenstruik and Marcin Tybura. That's gonna be a great heavyweight fight. Good kickboxing match. Aspen Ladd versus Raquel. I think Raquel Pennington got injured. Oh no, she's stepping in for somebody. She's stepping in late for what was her name, man? I think it was Aldana. It was either Aldana or Ketlin Vieira. I can't remember. I think it was Ketlin Vieira that she's stepping in late for. Or it might have been, I can't remember whether it was Aldana or Vieira. Okay, Mickey Gall and Mike Malott. Don't know too much about Mike Malott. I think he's one of these Dana White Contender Series guys. So we're going to find out some more about him. You got Vince Pichel and Marco Madsen. That's going to be a good fight. Alexio Olenek, the boa constrictor, is fighting Jared Vandera. It's also going to be a good fight. Yeah, man. It's a nice little card in the UFC this weekend. And even Bellator next week. Bellator next week is going to have a good card as well with the return of the young phenom, AJ McKee. He's going to be rematching Patricio Pitbull, the guy who he took the belt off in the tournament last year. Excuse me. The guy who he took the belt off of last year in the featherweight tournament to become a Bellator featherweight champion and remain undefeated. Huge fan of AJ McKee. I say all the time, he's part of that new wave, that new breed of fighter who trained strictly MMA coming up. He wasn't a boxer that learned how to wrestle or a wrestler that learned some kickboxing. He trained everything together, and he's a shining example of what can happen when guys aren't necessarily specialists anymore. But Corey, yes, I was gonna get to that next. Thank you, Tone Brown. Corey Anderson finally getting his title shot in the light heavyweight gram. Absolutely, I'm so happy for Corey Anderson. For a long time in the UFC, he was right there. And he'd lose the number one contender fight, or he'd get to the fight before the number one contender fight and he'd lose. So he's a perennial top 5 contender. He actually has a win over the current UFC champion, Glover Teixeira. He actually has a win over him. So he considers himself one of the best light heavyweights in the world, and as well as he should. But for a long time, he just couldn't get over the hump in the UFC. And for him to finally get a title shot, I'm over the moon. I'm so excited for him. I'm going to be rooting for him. But the guy he's fighting, Vadim Nemkov, next week is a well-balanced breakfast. He can wrestle. He can strike. He has good submissions, has great grappling. He actually knocked out the former champion in Ryan Bader, who is the current Bellator heavyweight champion. So Vadim Nemkov is nothing to joke around with. He's an extremely high level mixed martial artist. So I'll be very excited to see Corey Anderson finally get his shot, man. I want to see if he can take over the reins and take that next step in his career. He seems like he's at a good place in his career now. He's making more money over there in Bellator because he was allowed to get his sponsors back. And we're gonna see what happens with that, man. We're gonna see what happens. I forgot when the bantamweight tournament is gonna start over in Bellator, but I'll look that up and find out for you guys. But transitioning back to boxing, Erickson the Hammer Lubin. I don't know what this man has to do after this weekend, because I personally believe he's gonna batter and beat Sebastian Fundora. I don't know what this man has to do in order to get another shot at, the Charlo Castaño winner. He's won, I think, 6 in a row since losing to Charlo, since being knocked out in the first round by Jamel Charlo a few years ago. He's won every fight since then. He only has 1 loss, and I think this is like his 3rd straight title eliminator fight. So I don't know what this man has to do to get another shot at the title, other than beat up the prospect that everybody's had their eye on for a long time. It's like, oh man, this guy's 6'6" at 154 pounds. Oh, he's gonna dominate the division. Personally, I think Fundora's a good boxer, but he has glaring flaws that I don't think he's necessarily ready for the push that he's getting. I'm a WWE guy, and I'm also an MMA guy, man. I'm sports and sports entertainment person. So when you see people who are relatively green getting a push that they're probably their skills or their mindset can't handle, you start to set them up for failure. And I think Fundora's getting this push, and they're keeping him active to kind of push him towards championship stardom, man. I don't know why, but we'll see. Juan Archuleta's taking Sergio Pettis' place in the tournament. Oh no, I didn't know Serge got hurt. What happened with Serge? Oh man, I gotta research that. I hadn't seen anything about that. I've been all on Bellator's website and their social media. I hadn't seen anything about Serge being out of the tournament. Oh wow. Wow, thank you, Tone Brown. You just put me on to something. Thank you, Tone Brown. Dang, I hadn't seen anything about that. That is disappointing. That is highly disappointing, man. The Surge is not going to be in the tournament, because that's the appeal of Bellator's tournaments. The champion actually competes in the tournament. He's not just sitting around waiting on a guy to come out of it. Wow. Thank you, Tone Brown. And I hadn't seen any announcements about that. Any of them. Oh man, that's disappointing. It kind of takes the wind out the sails at that point, man. But it's still a good tournament. You still got the top, what 7 or 8 guys in the division fighting for an opportunity to face the champion whenever he comes back off of injury. Sergio Pettis, I hope he gets well soon, or takes care of whatever he's going through, and hope he comes back stronger, man. God Almighty, Cameron, what's going on, man? Khan Shonery. I love that name, by the way. Salute to y'all, man. Salute to y'all for coming through here for a second, man. Salute to y'all. Yeah, thank you, Tone Brown. Oh yeah, what was I? Oh yeah, Sebastian Fundora and Erickson Lubin. Man, I don't understand the knock on Erickson Lubin not having a chin, even though he's been hurt a few times. He's only been knocked out once. He's only lost one fight. Chinny is what I call Amir Khan. Chinny is what I call Kell Brook. Chinny is what I call, who else used to get knocked out a lot? It's that's Chinny to me. When your punch resistance is absolutely gone, that's Chinny. It's one thing to get hurt. I mean, you're fighting another guy who knows how to throw punches to hurt you. So, excuse me for a second, everybody.
What's up, players?
What it do?
What's going on, man? Sorry, I had to stop and blow my nose, man. My damn allergies are killing me. It's that time of the year again. What's going on, Senso? What's going on, Kyle? How y'all feeling, man?
What's happening?
Everything good. I'm about to make this sandwich right quick.
Sound like 78.
What, talking about sandwich?
Sandwiches, yeah, he loves sandwiches. Man, I'm getting closer and closer to freedom. It's gonna be some.
We get closer and closer to next weekend with Spence and gosh.
Well, that too. Yeah, I'm coming on down, man. I got to do something to break up the monotonous that I've been going through. So yeah, I'm coming on down.
Heck yeah, man. I can't wait for that, man. But yeah, just talking about this upcoming weekend of fights, man, and future fights.
I got everything booked, flight, room. But you know what? I'm flying down the day of, man, because I hadn't heard back from this cat if he was going to replace me or not Friday night. So I didn't want to take any chances. So I'm just going to do my thing Friday night and just fly down Saturday afternoon. So I'm going to be getting there at the brink of time, unfortunately. But, I manage. You know how I did the last time. So.
What day we got the room for, though?
The 16th through the 18th. I'm not coming back until the 18th because I ain't trying to rush on Sunday,
But, I feel you because I'm off on Mondays too, so that might be that might work.
There you go. Yeah, I'm flying down that day as well, man. My flight's supposed to get there at like 2, so we'll see what happens.
I'm probably gonna get there about 5 or something because I ain't leave like once. I get an earlier flight, but I don't know how my Friday's gonna be, and so I don't get time to finish Saturday morning. Sometimes I get finished early, sometimes I don't. I didn't want to take a chance. You gotta get at the airport a certain amount of time. So
yeah,
I figure I better take the safety instead of missing the flight. So I'm gonna come down. Shoot, I gotta go get me something to wear, man, because I'm kicked out. I'm kicked out of this state. I ain't even in my crib, man. I had to send my neighbor told me I could come over to stay with him for a minute. So
oh, you breaking up, Sento?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
How'd I sound now?
But yeah, I'm thinking about wearing my Spence shirt, man. Even though I don't. I don't know. I don't know because I kind of want to. I kind of want to keep it, but then again, I kind of want to get it signed. I know that sounds kind of dorky, but I want to get it signed. So I think I'm gonna bring it. I think I'm gonna bring it, but not wear it. I don't know. I'm not sure. But it's just this one particular pair of shoes I've been looking for to match it, and I can't find them, so I don't think I'm gonna wear it. Hey, Brandon Washington, you know it's all love, bro. Can't wait to link up with you, man. You and 817, and if anybody can get a hold of Eli Zachary, man, I'd love to meet him as well.
Yeah, I
Love
need
to
to call
He's
Eli.
still around. He's still around.
Yeah, I'd
Yeah,
love
I
to
need to
link up
call
with
him.
him as well, man. This is gonna be fun.
I gotta call
E-
Eli too, man.
Eli doing that. He got that gig, man. Where it's he's got a normal schedule. You know what I'm saying? But it requires him to start early. But I need to reach out to that brother, man. I miss that brother, man.
I'm
Yeah,
glad
What's
I
up,
ain't got
Brandon?
no
he
damn.
just
I
he
ain't got no
left us.
fucking
He left us, man. He ain't.
headphones in.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's only three things I haven't fully discussed with my spouse, my current spouse, and when I discuss those three items, I'm good. I'm good right now. I think everything's gonna go relatively
Y'all
easy
gonna
for me.
reconcile?
Say what?
Y'all gonna do some reconciliation?
Oh no. When Sento says he's done, he's done. No, ain't no going back. You gonna miss this pipe. No, you gonna miss the pipe and the finances. No, so you gonna let somebody else get these blessings. Oh, I ain't gonna say what my side is because they said
Hey
I be
man, we
saying
gonna
stuff,
turn him.
man.
We gonna turn him loose in Dallas, Kyle. We gonna turn him loose.
Hey, look here. By this summer, I should be
Hey,
totally
he
free.
he 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 and he finna go. He finna go to London now.
Ain't it, man?
Nah, man. Nah, don't get all cap.
Yeah, he going to that. He going to the Clarissa Shields fight. He definitely
Hey,
going to the Clarissa Shields fight
only
now.
hey,
I'm,
only the real know what's up. Hey, only a few people know what that joke come
Stop
from.
it! Stop it! Stop
man,
it!
hey, you ever heard of dry snitching?
Hey, ain't it, man? Ain't it, man? You see, I
You
tried
ever
to clean
heard
it
of
up for him.
dry snitching? Nah, I'm gonna set
Speaking
my
of
butt right over
Clarissa
here.
Shields, so what did y'all
Yeah,
think of Savannah Marshall this week? Have y'all gotten a chance to see that fight?
man, I gotta go back and see because my internet was jacked up where I was staying at over the weekend, and it was buffering like a son of a gun. I just went on to sleep. I was frustrated. Um, I didn't even get to watch the Final Four games, man, because of it. Well,
Um,
I saw some video afterward where Clarissa got in the ring and was talking to her.
yeah, that was after the fight, and they really didn't even want to let Clarissa in the ring, and she was like,
Yeah, I
the
heard.
promoter was like, no, it's cool, but the security there because you remember they were in Savannah Marshall's hometown, they were
Yeah,
in Newcastle,
they were
so
protecting they
so they
lady.
were they was like, you're gonna get the fight, you're gonna get the fight, you two ladies are gonna fight, there's no need for. And Clarissa was like, so she can come get in my face after my fight, but I can't get in the ring and talk to her. And the
I'm gonna
promoter was
tell you.
like, that little douchebag promoter that Savannah Marshall's got. He was like, no, it's cool, it's cool. So they let
Yeah,
Clarissa in the ring and they just kind of, jaw jacking back and forth. And
he actually
Clarissa was
seemed
like,
like
you better,
he yeah
huh?
he trying to help sell us something. He's actually seemed like a decent dude, man. He don't
Yeah, it's
he gonna
just get out the
he
way
gonna
when they
speak.
talking. Like when
Yeah,
two
yeah,
fighters are talking trash to each other, I don't like for promoters to get in the way.
yeah. Well, he gonna speak up for his fighter in normal interviews, which is he's supposed to. But at the same time, I think he has a great deal of respect for Clarissa. And that fight went down with what's that kid named just Josh Taylor when he lost that fight and they gave it to him. He spoke out about it as well. He said, "Man, that wasn't
Oh yeah,
right." You know what I'm
Catterall.
saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, but check this out. I'm gonna tell you what. Savannah may have the edge on Clarissa. Savannah Kuchar. Clarissa don't. That gives her an edge. That's like
Come
an
on,
energizer
man.
bunny pill or something, man. So she gotta be careful with that. But on the real though, hey, Clarissa, it's gonna be a good fight. I don't think she gonna. I don't think she going down there like that. She gonna have to really stay busy about that fight. Because I'm gonna tell you something. Savannah, apparently, girl got a little power, but I'm gonna tell you what she does good. I noticed. She turns that punch over, man. She turns that punch. That punch she knocked that gal out with. She turned that joint over, man. And I ain't seen Clarissa just doing it like that, man. So she gonna have to stay busy and keep them paws in her face, man, and on her body. She got to stay all over Savannah, man. She got to.
Yeah.
If she don't,
And
Savannah gonna
Savannah
get in that
Marshall and
range,
her team are
turn that
pushing
fight over.
for the fight to be right back in Newcastle. She was like, "No, I'm the." She was like, I'm the one who already had to come overseas for this fight. I'm the one who already had to. I'm already giving up my country. He was like, I got more belts. I'm the one with the gold medals. Like, why should I have to come to her hometown and fight? If we're gonna do we're gonna do this, but we're gonna do this somewhere neutral, like the O2 in London or Wembley Arena, which is fine. That's
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
it's still in
absolutely.
England.
She said, "Hey, Savannah still got the edge, but it's more
Say
fans
what now?
gonna respect. She still have the edge because it's her home country, but at the same time, Clarissa got a lot of fans over there in London, so it's gonna be good. It'll be good, man. They're more neutral zone, and they both get a little love. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. It's like I'm already traveling, you know, overseas to fight you. Number one,
Right,
because you were never going to come to America. But number two, it's like we're not fighting in your hometown. We're not fighting in your backyard because anytime, and you got to think about this, and Devin Haney's going to have to go through this in a couple months as well.
right,
Anytime Cambosos or Savannah Marshall throws and lands a punch, the stadium's gonna erupt,
right.
and that's gonna influence the judges.
Yeah,
So
it
yeah, I
shouldn't,
mean,
but it will.
if we're gonna do this, we're gonna do it in London. Yeah, Brandon, Brandon, that's what he said. Oh,
Yeah, yeah.
I believe
Savannah,
it's a lot. I
Savannah,
believe it's a lot of
Savannah
them
eat
lady
coochie,
boxers
Brandon.
that do, but you know,
At coochie for them gals to be eating it, it's sort of like an Energizer bunny pill,
oh,
man. So
Look, hey,
that's the only thing that bothers me, man.
Amanda Nunes. Amanda Nunes,
Huh?
man. That's why she
Amanda
so
Nunes,
good.
Nunez,
but hey, she
perfect
just
example.
lost to a girl that she just
Perfect
lost to a
example.
girl that don't. She just lost to a girl that don't now. Valentina
Yeah,
Shevchenko don't ain't got her liquor license either. But
yeah, but
Rose Namajunas ain't got her liquor license, and she's
see,
beating girls that do.
sometimes they overdose on the coochie liquor. She probably did
I'm sorry, y'all. Let me mute my mic. I know everybody don't want to listen to me blow my nose, but my allergies
she,
are killing me.
she probably consumed more than her fill the night before the fight. You
Yeah, a
know what I'm
lot of them
saying?
out.
Yeah, a lot of amounts. She probably did a little bit more than she should have. That's called an overdose. So when she went in, she was drunk on coochie juice, and she was just her equilibrium, her
The
equilibrium,
dirty deacon is back,
equilibrium was
Kyle. Oh,
off. You see what
Central,
I'm
how
saying?
we missed you.
Yeah,
Man.
I miss me too, man. You understand me, and I'm still missing me. But look here, when I get out from under that cloud, you understand me? Nigga, what? It's gonna be on and popping.
Hey, 817, better tell him. Better tell
Hey,
him.
hey, look here, look here. I'm giving myself 5 years to go ahead and redeem myself from the past. You understand? Them 21 years I missed out on a few things. You understand? I'm about to make up for that. Yes, sir.
My
Get
guy,
ready to hook.
best pugilist, aka the rain cloud of the
What's
Savannah
up,
Marshall
man?
and
My brother,
Carissa
man. My
Shields
brother.
fight. I'm gonna tell you why I called the rain cloud, right? Because the past like 3 fights that he's picked, he was like, "Hey, man, kind of don't like that fight." Anthony Joshua, right? The Chris Colbert fight, and it was another fight in there somewhere that he picked. He was like, "Yeah, man, it's gonna be a terrible fight, man." It's like I don't know why everybody happy for this fight. That's a terrible matchup for him. But I remember that Anthony Joshua fight. He was the first one that said,
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
when they announced Usyk and Anthony Joshua, he was like, "Man, this is a terrible fight for AJ."
Yeah, I felt the same way previously because I mean AJ ain't the level of boxer that Usyk is. Usyk's a busy boxer, man.
Yeah,
And for a heavyweight, man, ain't nobody throwing him with Andy, and that's what beat him with the Andy Ruiz. He's
yeah,
busy with them hands, man. And man, I'm telling you, man, these sluggish heavyweights, man. That's what helps with Tyson Fury, man. He's big, but he can also, throw them hands when he needs to. You know what I'm saying? But I'm telling
yeah,
you, man, if you're not a busy boxer, man, when these heavyweights get in with a durable, busy heavyweight that throw them hands and got power, all of them got power. It's a problem. So you get in there walking like a mummy if you want to. You don't get laid down like a like a ham sandwich. You understand me? Hey,
Hey, yeah,
get it
man.
down.
I just go ahead, Best. First of all, welcome to the show, Best Pugilist. But we talked about it this weekend, and Best Pugilist was like, man, he's like, I'm rooting for Carissa, but I don't think she gonna win that fight, man.
Yeah, yeah, I'm rooting for
Yeah,
Clarissa. I
yeah,
definitely,
man.
hey man,
I'm scared
I
to
think
death, man.
Clarissa
That's
booty
like
was a little bigger Saturday. What?
nigga sit to talk about the girl booty. You
What
talk
it,
about the
I think it
boxing
was.
match.
It seemed like it seemed there was something off about it, man. It was something off about it, man. You know, you have a nice little, decent little set, but it looked a little different. She had different
I,
hair and everything. You know what I'm saying? But
she was
hey,
cute
she
though.
get ready to get
She
married,
was
man. So
cute
she
though.
started. Yeah, she all. Hey, look here.
She was
See,
cute though. I
hey,
like how she
hey,
had
dude.
Salute,
herself
Reggie.
done up.
Salute.
Let me tell you something, man. Ain't nothing like getting something from a tomboy. I ain't had it yet, but I'm gonna find out in a few months.
Man.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't know. Like I just said, and me, we've had this discussion before. In regards to her, um, Carissa. Carissa. She's, like I said, I agree with you. She got the volume and all this and that, so on and so forth. But as a pro, because she hasn't been able to, you know, get anybody out of there, you know, as a pro. See, the difference between the amateur and the pro is simply the ability to really be able to make somebody respect you. As an amateur, you learn how to box. You learn how to box as an amateur. That's where you're supposed to learn how to box at in your amateur career. That's why back in the days they had the right portion of the glove on the right portion of the front part of the glove, for you to learn how to box, score points, uh, learn your technique, and so on and so forth. But when you get to that pro ranks, you got to be able to put some hurt on people, man.
Yeah, she
And
gotta sit down on them punches, boy.
yeah, and it's not even just sitting down. Like it's like I told you, I've been noticing from the start with her, and I thought by now they would have figured that shit out. Like her upper body, the way she throw her punches up top is very good, but she don't put her legs, and her technique is not correct on her feet. She doesn't pivot into her punches properly. And then when she do sit down, the times that she does do it, if she stun a girl, she forget it, and then she go right back to
Go
that
back,
the
right? That's
throwing
what she did in the last
pat,
fight.
pity patter type punches because she got fast hands.
Right.
She don't follow her technique all the way through. So when she do it like for a little while, and she happen to stun like a girl, then she might you know let's start letting her hands go and they're moving fast and shit. But her technique is not solid all the way through on her bottom part. Like when she's not pivoting. Like I was just teaching some kids this the other day when I went to the program in Jersey. Make sure you're pivoting on the balls of your feet when you're throwing your punches, and it's both for the right hand and the left hook. And that's what really worries me about her, because Savannah is, like I said, when it comes, usually for the most part, Clarissa has been far more athletic than most everybody she fought.
Yeah.
But none of the girls she fought is as polished as Savannah Marshall is. Savannah Marshall has I say, very good
You,
skills, subtle skills developed with her,
you
and
think she's that?
her
You
punch,
think she's
and her
that
punch
polished?
prowess,
She
and
looked a
her
little
punch
sloppy when
prowess,
I saw her.
and her punch prowess is better than Carissa. It's better than her
Her
and
punch
shit.
power was
And
on a professional level. And
yeah,
Clarissa
we're
ain't
not
got
just
a
talking
punch
about the
power on a
power. Like
professional level yet. I'm gonna tell you,
yeah,
they're gonna need to bring somebody in to show her how to really sit down on her punches and deliver that power. They're gonna have to
yeah,
bring somebody in for that, man, because she ain't get that. Who she got right now hadn't developed that in her yet.
because right now, yeah, and I'm really not surprised because like I told you yesterday when we was talking, what's her name? That trainer, he was
Jackson.
more of a boxer. Jackson.
Right,
Jackson
right,
was a fast-handed boxer,
right.
mover style type. You understand? He wasn't
Mm-hmm.
like I wish. You know who I wish actually was alive? Is like somebody who could work with her. He was good at turning people who wasn't necessarily the best punchers into better punchers. Was Emmanuel Stewart.
Exactly.
Because Thomas Hearns wasn't no puncher as an amateur.
No, he wasn't no punching as amateur. He became
He
one
wasn't
of the
no
hardest
puncher.
punchers ever
He,
in the history of
he,
boxing.
but he turned. But it was Emmanuel Stewart that turned him into that because he
Tell him
knew
how
how to
to
work that.
join over, man.
He knew how to work that technique to teach that shit. Like
You know
he
what
made
made
him.
him do that? You know, this is
Mhm,
what I think. What made him do that? What's my man, the Hawk?
Aaron Pryor.
Aaron Pryor. He kept
Mhm.
losing Aaron Pryor in the amateurs.
Yeah.
Hey, and so
Aaron Pryor was beaten.
they said we got to go get something different. You know what I'm saying? So when he
Yeah.
went pro,
So by the
man, he
time
was something
you're
else.
right,
Right before he became pro, that's when he started trying that punch over.
but she got a but by the time they turned he turned pro, they made sure he sat down. Emmanuel worked with him on that shit, and if you're teaching the technique properly, how to follow through with your punches, and also, remember I told you, as a boxer, the one part that you need to do as far as strengthening your legs is 2 exercises you can use when it comes to the weight training. That's essential for a boxer. I told you got to use some squats, and you do your leg extensions. Those 2, so you can develop some strong quads when you're making your punches. Because if you look at many of the better fighters that had good punching ability, they had good strong quads and stuff like that. So that's what I really see. That's what I'm worried about, because homegirl is real subtle with her stuff, and like she worked behind that jab, both the paw, and she'll throw stiff, real good jabs in that shit in between
But
too.
this is the problem, bro. This is the problem. And hey, salute to the panel. Salute to everybody, man. Much love. This right side on here. Salute,
Mhm.
man. Uh,
Salute.
uh, the problem is when we talking about it, and y'all correct me if I'm wrong. I may have jumped in at a bad moment, but Clarissa Shields does everything better than Savannah Marshall. Only thing Savannah Marshall does better than Clarissa Shields is power. Am I on the right subject? Y'all tell me if I'm on the right subject.
That's what we're
No, I
talking about. But
disagree.
see, the
I
thing is,
disagree. I
Savannah
disagree.
Savannah is taking the punches, man, and I mean the Clarissa got to give us something to, you know how you've seen guys that with great boxing skills, but then they get in there with a strong puncher. They don't look the same.
Mm-hmm.
Clarissa has got to give that girl something to make her respect her, and them
But
the punches been used on these previous fights not gonna make Savannah respect her but
but
at the same time, Savannah, what was that? God, no. So at the same time, so now Clarissa possessed the skill, and she's a more durable fighter than what Savannah's had in the past. But she's going to have to stay extra busy, which she can do. But at the same time, I don't want her to get fatigued in the mindset. Darn, what's going to take to get this girl out of here? You see what I'm saying? Because
she
you're putting
And
all them
also,
combos on her, and the girl ain't going to go
but
nowhere.
but let me say this. Let me say
Cinto,
this
this is
though.
the thing. This is the thing right
Hold
here.
on, let me say this real quick. Let me answer. So
No, you good, bro. You
I
good.
didn't get
You've
the
been
answer. I
rocking.
didn't get to answer your question.
Okay, go ahead, bro. Go
Now
ahead.
you asked the question,
Go
does she
ahead. Go
does
ahead. Go
anything
ahead, bro.
better? You asked if she do everything better. She doesn't. She doesn't do everything better than her. Cause
What doesn't
cause
she do better?
Savannah Marshall moves her head fucking well, man.
She
Clarissa Shields doesn't move her head.
Clarissa
She does.
Shield move her head way better than Savannah
No, she
Marshall
doesn't.
does.
No, she doesn't, because she don't have to. She don't practice. She doesn't have to. And her style, she's way more than everybody she's fought to this point. She's way more athletic than them. She hasn't fought nobody who forced her to move on her legs and use her head and her head movement. But
Like,
Savannah
so
Marshall coming
who has
forward.
Savannah Marshall?
Hold on. Just because she hasn't fought anybody that made her do that doesn't mean that's not in her arsenal. That's the thing. What you're talking about right now is something that when we look at Savannah Marshall, when we look at her fighting style, when we look at what she brings to the table, when we look at that objectively, what we can understand is that outside of power, she doesn't have good head movement. You know what I'm saying? She doesn't. She really, and just to be quite honest, not to be biased against her, but she doesn't have great boxing skills. Clarissa Shields has great boxing skill.
Oh,
That's
I
that's
I
that.
don't
disagree. I
disagree. I
disagree with that
disagree
right
with you.
side.
I
Hold on,
don't,
go ahead,
I don't
best pugilist. Go ahead.
see. I don't want y'all be getting caught up in the bias and shit on this racist shit, man. That's what happened with us with this Deontay Wilder shit. That girl got skills. That girl got skills. And look at her
She
Yeah,
got
purely
more skill.
from the
So she
Savannah,
got
boxing
Savannah
so
field.
Marshall ain't
Purely
chopped
from the
liver now.
boxing
She
field.
can box. She just slow.
Purely from
no. Hold on. So Savannah Marshall got more skill than
no
Clarissa
boxing.
Shields. That's what we
Boxing
saying.
is not just. First of all, there's a terrible misconception. You can come forward and be a master boxer. You don't have to be on your toes moving around.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that though.
And Savannah Marshall, she has great boxing skills in her style, the way that she fights, man.
No, that's not. Listen. Savannah Marshall. The great thing about her style of fighting, she has great power. That's what she has.
That's not
If
the
you
only thing she has.
hold on, just hold on, bro, hold on. When you go look at her fights, the way her fights end up is she's able to get individuals out of there. That's what she's good at. And
That's
salute to her.
how she set it up.
But see,
That's
But
what
but
you're missing.
that's what Clarissa got to
That's what
worry
you're
about.
missing.
hold on. But this is the thing right here. This is the thing. When we look at Clarissa Shield, right, as far as skill goes, and I'm one of the individuals that I believe I'll put it out here like this. I think Devin Haney beats Tank Davis. The reason being is because I think Devin Haney is more skilled, and I could be wrong about that. I don't have a problem being
Yeah,
wrong.
Tank is very skilled, bro. A lot of people sleeping
Yeah,
on his skills,
very
man.
I'm not.
skilled.
I'm
I'm
Very
telling
not.
you,
skilled.
That,
very
that's
skilled.
that's not.
Do you mean style? Do you mean style
No,
wise?
I'm putting
not.
my money on Tank. Period. Period.
No. Hold on.
Period. 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 Like them gals be saying. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna give me
Do
some
you
of them
mean
gals later
style?
on in a few
Now the
months. I'm gonna
style,
tell
style
all
is
them gals that
because
talk about
style is
period.
what
I'm
you
gonna knock them off.
I want to get off on it if y'all will allow me to.
Mhm.
No. So what I'm saying is I think there's a huge difference between skill, between style. I think there's a difference.
We can't hear
Hello?
you, bro.
What happened?
He got knocked off.
He
You
just
fell
Maybe
off?
passed
don't
off.
clip your service.
That's all right. Come.
You must hit mute.
Hey,
But
let me say this though. Best pugilist. Who has Savannah Marshall fought that forced her to do anything different? I think Clarissa Shields fought better competition for sure.
Nah, don't use that. Me and Cinto were just talking about that last night. That competition shit don't mean shit. Because if that was the case, Cassius Clay, a.k.a. Muhammad Ali, would not have beat no fucking Sonny Liston. Phyllis Trinidad wouldn't have beat Maurice Blanca. You understand? Vernon Forrest wouldn't have beat Shane Mosley. That shit don't mean shit, B. That shit don't mean what people make it out to be. So I don't like to use that. I don't never like to use that judgment. Based
Exactly. I
on
I'm
don't.
gonna tell you.
I
I'm gonna
don't
tell you
use
something.
resume. I don't use resume because you get people saying say the same thing about Boots and Virgil. Well,
exactly.
Virgil has a better resume, or Anthony Joshua
Yeah,
has a better
exactly.
reame than Deontay Wilder.
And
It's
Boots,
all
and
about
in my
skill set
opinion,
and how those skill sets match
that's
up.
right. Because in my opinion, Boots
Hard,
finished to
hard
destroy
skill set
he would
and chin.
destroy him. Mark my word. If Boots fought what's it for what's the guy we just said?
Virgil.
Mexican Virgil Ortiz, he gonna destroy that motherfucker. You mark my word. Stylistically, Virgil Ortiz would not match up well against. And it's about styles. Styles is always, it always has been, and it will always be. Styles is what win boxing matches. Point blank.
Let
And
me
that's why
say
when I
this
was
too,
asking him,
my
he's
brother.
talking
Go
about the
ahead,
skill.
Cinto. Go ahead, Cinto.
When he said the skill thing, talking about Devin Haney, and I agree with Santos on this. Still for still, Tank Davis is as skilled as any of them.
Yeah, I'm putting my
Absolutely.
money on skill. Let me say this, Puge. Let me tell you something. When it comes down to these two, I look at it similar to a comparison like these guys Canelo been beaten that should have outboxed him all the way through the fight.
Mm-hmm.
My homie Caleb, you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? I think he's a style wise and skill wise he's just as good if not better than Canelo. But
Yeah.
Canelo, he good head movement and he lands that punch. He stopped your boy, broke his face with that punch when he was losing the fight.
Mm-hmm.
The last two fights he been losing until he got them guys out of there. Now, now what y'all are coinciding with Clarissa is the Mayweather effect. But the difference between her and Mayweather gave them guys something to respect them for. They didn't
Yeah.
just running up on Mayweather like that. I don't know if she can keep something off like that, man, under the circumstances now. Now, if she go back to the gym and the training camp and she gets to turning over that punch and she land that heavy punches, learn the art of it, that'll change all that. But
Yeah.
she got to
And
be
see,
extra busy. She got to be extra more busy than she been with these other fighters. Now she was real busy in that last fight, but she got to continue that throughout the whole fight with that girl Savannah
and
because
they should have stopped
girl
that
gonna land
fight,
hard.
man. I will always say they should have stopped that fight with
They
her and Emma
probably should
Kozik,
have.
but
They probably should have.
they
But I
should have
mean,
stopped that fight. I think it was the
but
7th or 8th round. She hit that girl with like a 9-piece combination, and that girl didn't throw nothing back. She just sat back and put the earmuffs on. I
yeah,
think a lot of situations the referee would have stopped that fight.
yeah.
But my
She don't.
biggest thing with Clarissa is like Best Pugil has been saying, she's been a better athlete than everybody
Yeah.
she's fought. But it's the volume, it's the combinations.
She gonna need
Savannah
it.
Marshall, she's gonna outland Savannah Marshall 3-1,
Yeah, no doubt.
4-1. It ain't even necessarily got to be her sitting in the pocket. Trading with Savannah Marshall. I think her volume and her work rate, Savannah Marshall's not going to be able to keep up with that unless she can time Clarissa Shields. She's gonna keep Savannah Marshall. I'm not saying she's gonna keep on the outside, but anytime they exchange, it's gonna be 3-1, 4-1. Clarissa's hands are that fast, and I think Savannah Marshall is gonna come in there and try to run her over.
Hey,
I
question.
don't think she's gonna
Hold on.
necessarily try to keep on the end of that jab.
Hold on. Question. And I don't. I agree. I agree with everything you just said. I think that Clarissa. I think she has great timing. My question is this: and outside of power,
You put them under
what?
control, man. Oh,
Say it again.
my cruise don't work out. Go ahead. I'm just talking about out loud. My bad.
No, I'm just saying outside of power. What attributes do y'all think that Savannah Marshall has over Clarissa Shields outside of power?
Well, she's got the size, and she's not
See, that's a
afraid.
misconception, Sento. Did you see them
Yeah,
standing toe to
but
toe
she,
last weekend? They are the same size.
I understand, but her arms are. I think her arms are longer than Clarissa. I don't know. I could be wrong,
I'm
but
about to
Yeah,
it's
look.
not a
I'm gonna look
whole.
it
I
up
think
right
her
A
now.
arms
whole
I'm
are
gonna
lot.
look
longer
it
than
up right now.
Clarissa's, but they are the same size.
It's not a whole lot. But I'm saying this girl's not afraid of Clarissa, man.
Excuse me.
I'm gonna say
Oh, I'll
Clarissa
look.
gonna make this fight like Andre Ward against Sergio what's his name? The one he beat?
Sergio.
Kovalev.
She gonna make that fight like that, man.
No,
See.
no, but that's not true. This is why it's not true. And Kovalev was a. If we go back and look, only just going into that situation, Kovalev was a hell of a boxer. Kovalev can fight. You feel me? I'm not saying that Savannah
That's
Marshall
why
can't.
that's why she got to make this fight like what Ward did to him. She got to take all her best attributes away from Savannah.
But
Ward did his
that's
stuff.
not
She took
hard.
his
That
stuff away from
but
him.
this is the problem with what I have with what you're saying. The problem I have is if we're gonna say she has a take and once again I'm gonna put this out here like this so I can go back into exactly what you said, Sento. You feel me? I'm a Devin Haney fan, right? I'm a Devin Haney fan. Devin Haney said I'm a handicap uh, George Kambosos. I'm a handicap his ass. I think it's the same way with Clarissa Shields. Clarissa Shields has so many different aspects as far as the sport of boxing goes versus what Savannah Marshall has. Her arsenal is different. It's just different. She has a totally different arsenal as far as what she can bring out and be effective with versus Savannah Marshall. Savannah Marshall, as far as she goes, her biggest thing is what? Is power. If she doesn't have power, look at her fights and I think she's don't quote me on this. I think she got 12 fights with 10 knockouts. I believe that's what it is. I could be wrong.
Yeah, she's got like 9 or 10 knockouts, I want to say.
Right. So it's
Just
somewhere
her
in
and
that
Clarissa
range.
got the same record. They got around the same amount of fights. Even though Clarissa said, Clarissa and Savannah Marshall confirmed it. It's like, I tried to fight Savannah when we was at 68, and she turned down the fight. And Savannah was like, yeah, why fight you at 3-0, 4-0? We could just wait and build into a bigger fight, which was smart because it actually worked.
But this is the thing right here. When we look at that fight, when we just and regardless of what's been said, when we just look at the fight, when we just looking at the fight, the attributes that Clarissa Shields has, she's not a knockout artist. She's not. She doesn't have power like that, but she has everything else. She's a great boxer. Her jab is much more effective than Savannah Marshall's. Her footwork is.
It's not a stiff.
Hey, bro.
It's a touching boxing poppy jab. It's not as stiff. Like Best Pugilist said. Now I see her use more of that flippy pawing jab that Tyson Fury uses. I see her use that more, but it's like pitching in baseball. She'll change up the speed on that thing and she'll start turning that thing over into a power jab. The way she got that knockout last weekend was beautiful. Now, I'm rooting for Clarissa Shields in that fight. I think Clarissa Shields is a superior fighter. But the way Savannah Marshall set up that knockout, she hit her with the straight right, ducked under, then came with the left hook. And
hold on. Who was the competition?
It doesn't matter. It's the skill.
Competition matters.
No, it's the skill you're looking at, man. It's the skill you're looking at.
It doesn't always matter.
Hey, real quick. Santos. Hold on, Santos. I'm gonna let you rock, but I want to say this first, DJ. And you know, and I rock with you, DJ. You know I fuck with you. Me and you be on the same shit. I don't know how we end up on the same shit, but we do. But Santos rock out, and then DJ, I'm coming for your neck, bruh. Nothing personal, but I'm coming for your neck.
No, man. It's sports, man.
Hey,
no, go ahead, Santos. Go ahead, Santos.
You know what DJ always said? It ain't gonna be what you think.
Hey, y'all want to know what's so crazy? I ain't gonna lie to you. It's crazy because there are times where I want to come at DJ just to be proven wrong. Does that make sense?
Say what now?
I want to come at you just so you can prove me outside of what I'm thinking. If that makes sense. Like I respect I respect everybody on the panel, of course, but DJ, man, I respect your thought process. So there are times where I want to come at you just to see a different side of what I'm thinking.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, go ahead, Cinto. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say, Taylor
Bell, what's going on, fellas?
I wanted to point out the
what up, Mir?
The Clarissa, the things that Clarissa possessed better than most boxers. Her boxing skills. She's a volume puncher when she wants to. She seems to have a chin so far. I've seen her hit a few times. She got knocked down with flash knockdown against Hannah Gable. And
Gabriel. Fighting at 175 right now, by the way.
And
right.
She's
a big motherfucker.
I just want, as long as she don't get hurt by Savannah, she should win the fight easy. If she don't get hurt, but if she gets hurt, I don't know. You see what I'm saying? That's the problem I have with it. But I just feel, one thing I loved about Mayweather throughout his career, when he was knocking folks out, then when he got in the heavier weight divisions and he was having hand problems, he was still using his skill, and he still gave them guys something to make them think, I better not run up in there. This dude hit hard, and I bet he did. You know what I'm saying? If she can do that, she's good. But if she can't do that, and she let Savannah get off, and she get caught with that punch that girl got caught with Saturday, it's gonna be some problems. There's gonna be some problems, because after she turned that punch.
I think we're prisoners of the moment. You know what I mean? Because Clarissa
Hey,
Shields has been whooping ass for a long time.
hey,
And
Cal.
yeah,
I'm just happy you not asleep right now. So go ahead, brother. Go ahead. Go ahead. My bad. My bad. Go ahead.
I'm about to be in the second though, but that's here and
Hey,
there.
I fought with you the long way, Cal. I fought with you the long way, bro. Go ahead.
But I'll say this though. Clarissa Shields is only 3 inches shorter than that girl. But I think Clarissa Shields is faster, man. I think speed beats power. And I think she's smarter than that girl. And that girl got some slow feet, best pugilist. Her footwork
Horrible
is
feet.
that good
Yeah,
too.
but
Horrible feet.
see the thing, another thing I'm worried about with this shit is the demeanor, their demeanors. Like Clarissa gonna be trying to. I can see Clarissa because she coming to fight and shit. You know what I'm saying? She not really no box, like she's not no boxer style of boxer. Like
Yeah,
Clarissa still be
no.
trying
I
to fight.
disagree with that. I disagree.
She
She
be
is
trying
a
to fight.
boxer.
Clarissa still be
Hold
fighting
on, let
them
him
girls,
finish.
man.
Let him finish right
My
side.
bad. My bad. My
Clarissa
bad.
still be trying to fight. You know, she ain't scared. You know, she from Detroit. She gonna fight. And that's another thing I'm thinking that's gonna work against her. Cause yeah, she gonna be letting her quick ass hands go, but she gonna be doing it in a fight mode. She don't really
She
box
going.
like that. She don't step
You
around.
got a point
She
there,
don't really
cause she
step
definitely
around.
going toward.
She be trying to knock. She be trying to knock them girls out. She just don't get
Yeah,
none.
yeah.
You understand? She
No,
don't be in
no.
there trying to
But
box. She be in there trying to knock them chicks out
She be
from the
trying to
moment
beat
she
him
first
down.
goes.
She tries to beat him
She be
down.
she be trying to beat them down, knock them
Yeah.
out. You just can't. You just don't.
but this
You
is
just
the
can't do it.
problem.
You
The
just
She
can't
problem.
always.
do it
She
The
always
because she
go.
don't
problem.
got
I,
the
She always
special
attack.
power.
She goes on
But she
attack
be
most time
fighting.
too.
Yeah, she be in an attack mode because she a fighter. She be trying to fight. She don't really be boxing like setting her stuff up like with a jab to the body and jab up top and a turn. She be punching and with a barrage of punches because she be fighting.
Now
And
the
that's what
last
I'm
fight,
worried
dude.
about
The
style. That's what
last
I mean
fight,
stylistically.
she was setting them
That's why I
punches up
said
the
the other
last time.
day
No, Fuse.
that that's why I said stylistically, this girl could present real problems for her. Because I'm looking at the styles. Because yeah, Clarissa may actually be the better boxer, but I'm looking at the style matchup for this fight and nothing else.
but this is the thing. When we look at styles of fighters, right? One thing there's a difference when you have power, right? When you have power, it definitely changes the style of fighter, right? The power changes everything. This is my problem. Outside of power, Clarissa Shields does everything better than Savannah Marshall does.
I disagree. That's what you say. I don't see that. Because her
So
jab,
okay, hold on. So let me ask
Savannah Marshall jab is better than Clarissa Shields.
I
Because she
disagree
got
with
a more professional jab. She don't got that amateurish jab. She got a pro jab. This is not amateur boxing, man. This
Clarissa
professional
Shields got
boxing.
a pro jab. What do you mean? Clarissa
I don't
Shields
know. Not really to me. You just looking at the fact that she's fast handed. But you just looking at the fact that she's fast handed. Being fast don't mean that it's a better professional jab.
No, I'm not looking at that she's fast handed. I'm just looking at her jab. When we're talking about the jab, right? Clarissa Shields has the best jab in female boxing.
That's your opinion.
No,
I don't agree with that. I
so
don't
so
agree with that.
so you're
Because the
saying
jab is
Savannah,
used,
hold on. You're saying Savannah Marshall has a better jab, and we're only talking about the jab. Not
look,
no.
Yeah, that's what he
jab
said.
is the
He
best
said
punching
Savannah
boxer.
Marshall has a
You can
better
use the
jab than
jab.
Clarissa
You can
Shields.
use the jab you can use the jab as to get you closer to your opponent, to move away. You can use a jab offensively or defensively. The way Savannah moved her jab around, she used a paw and she used a real jab. That's a good jab hand that girl got. A good jab hand. But she's not getting credit for it.
And so you're telling me, and regardless of the credit that we're going to give her, regardless of the credit, right? You're saying that she has a better jab than Clarissa Shields does. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, because you only giving her credit for her power, and she got more skills than that, man.
I just said regardless of the credit. I'm not talking about the credit. I'm talking about the jab. I'm saying because I can let me give you an example, right? Errol Spence versus Bud Crawford.
Oh,
Errol
geez.
Spence, we'll all say Errol Spence had the best jab in that fight, right?
Uh, talking about,
You breaking up, Cinto.
Cinto, you
Yeah,
break it up
I
bad,
can't
man.
hear you, bro. I can't hear you.
uh,
I'm not saying that she doesn't have a good jab. All I'm saying is Shields has the best job, the best jab in women's boxing. Clarissa Shields has the best jab in women's boxing, in my opinion. That's an opinion. So, if you disagree with it, I'm not mad at it. I just explain why you would say different.
As I explained, I said I like the way I like the way Savannah uses her jab. She uses it to close the distance. She uses it to close the distance, and if she has to step around, she can use it that way as well. Like it's not just a paw. Some people saying, "Oh, she just paw." It's not just a paw. She uses it to get closer, but she also throws out good stiff jabs too. Her left hand, she uses that hand well to set up her, the shot she's trying to throw.
But her jab isn't better than Clarissa's.
I think I disagree. That's
Okay.
what you feel.
No, okay. Oh, I got you. I'm with you now. You
Mhm.
good?
That's what I'm saying. I
No,
just don't. I
I'm
don't agree with that.
not trying to argue that. I'm
And I'm
just
saying no. I'm just saying, yeah, I don't agree with that. Though. I'm just telling you, I don't agree with that. Like I
okay.
said,
Okay.
stylistically, I think she gonna present a problem for her
Okay.
because she fights. Like I said, I see the things that she does, and when I'm watching her, I'm seeing very good boxing acumen that girl and whoever the people that's working with her is giving her.
Savannah.
The way she holds her hands, even down to her stance
But we
and the
talking
things that
about
she's
Savannah
doing.
Marshall. Hold on. We talking about Savannah Marshall when you saying this, right?
Yes,
Okay. Cool. Keep going. Keep cooking,
even
bro.
down to even down to her hand placement and her stance and the things she does. She does some really professional things in there, and her head movement is good too.
So all right, and let me know when you done cooking, because I
Yeah,
want yours off.
and like I said, and her head movement as well.
Her head is
Her head
hard.
movement is good. Her head movement is good.
Her
She
head move.
moves. Her
Okay, go
head
ahead.
movement is good. And when she do get hit with a shot, she takes it. She takes them shits well.
Savannah Marshall has very little head movement.
Not true.
Oh,
Did you watch this last
disagree.
fight? Did you watch that last fight?
I did.
Then you
She
clearly didn't see. You
moves.
clearly
She
wasn't showing her moving her
right
head.
side. She moves like she's adopted Tyson Fury's head movement. Man,
You can
it's
clearly see her
working
What?
moving her
furious
head.
because the
Yeah.
way it's all. What I mean, she don't necessarily pivot her feet right, but it's all bendy. It's all that herky jerky head
Yeah, but
movement, man.
she's
It's
smoother
all
than
she's
him though.
bobbing side to side as she's moving in. It's very difficult at times. That's why this
And
fight
she's
is going to
smoother
be
than.
interesting, man.
But
But she's smoother than Tyson though.
there's a
Oh, I think
difference
so. You
between.
think she's smoother than
Hell yeah.
Tyson?
Yeah, hell yeah. Hell yeah. She ain't got all that
Wow.
herky. Tyson Fury got that herky jerky looking shit. She don't got that. She's smoother with hers than his.
But there's a difference in
It's
having
it's
great
almost
head.
like it's an optical illusion, right? It's like you see her moving side to side the whole time, but she's walking forward. She's walking forward, so you really can't tell where her distance is. You get what I'm saying? That's what I've seen out of the fights that I've seen her fight.
Yeah, she got like I said, she's smoother with it than Tyson Fury. Tyson Fury looks more like you said that herky jerky is in his with it, and he's not as like I said, he's just not as smooth with it. She's smoother with how she does it. She has that more. I guess it may be because it's ladies like it's more smoother, you know, when how she actually executes the movement. It's similar. It's like when you've been trained, like when you've been trained by the same people, there's certain elements of a style that will be in most of the fighters that's trained by that particular individual. Just like I used Emmanuel Stewart earlier. You could tell a top fighter. Most of them, they had their similarities in their style. but there were certain little idiosyncrasies that each of the individual fighters themselves had, from Thomas Hearns to Helmer Kinty, from Helmer Kinty to Milton McCrory. So that's what I see. So stylistically, you see a similarity there, but how she actually goes about doing it is smoother in the way that she does it. That's what I'm seeing when I'm viewing her. But I do see what you see in that, coming from that school of training. I do see that in her. But her execution is better. It's smoother. It's just smoother to me from when I'm viewing.
I got
some
you.
things, some things that when I'm looking at. And it's not, and I'm not just talking about just the last fight. I'm just talking about, because I've been watching her in her most recent fights, what I see. And that's why I say stylistically, I'm getting that similar feeling that I got with that with those other fights. Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, this could be potentially a very bad fight for Clarissa. And I told y'all straight up, because I kept it a buck with y'all. Yeah, I'm rooting for her. But in my boxing IQ and what I'm looking at, it's like giving me like, yo, this might not be a good night for homegirl.
I think, to
and
me,
I told
the
you,
only
I hope
way
I'm wrong.
that Savannah Marshall is going to get Clarissa Shields is if Clarissa goes in there with that mentality, like you said, I'm from Flint. I'm tired of this girl, because the way Clarissa's been talking about Savannah Marshall, she's been more like it was a competitive thing with Christina Hammer, because Christina Hammer said some things about her. Remember, Christina Hammer was supposed to knock her out too. She was supposed to be this terrifying puncher. But the thing with Savannah Marshall beat her 10 years ago in the amateurs, and they're holding that over her, and they're digging at her with that. And that's the only fight Clarissa has ever lost in boxing, and they're digging at her with that. And Savannah said some things about her amateur accomplishments, and they're calling her pillow fist. The only thing I'm really worried about in this fight, I'm not worried about Savannah Marshall's power. I'm not worried about, her movement. I'm worried about Clarissa getting too emotional. I'm worried about her getting emotional in that fight and going in there and doing the same shit that Devin Haney's been trying to do with these past two fights. Is quote, y'all can't see me right now, I'm going to use air quotes, prove a point that she has, quote, knockout power. She's gonna, I fear she's gonna go in there and try to bully the bully. You see what I'm saying? Instead of just doing the way my guy, the Sweet Science Examiner, Big Tank, said after the Linares fight, dominate the way you dominate. Clarissa, you dominate these chicks with footwork, head movement, and volume. That is what you do. You overwhelm these chicks with volume. Do that. Don't get stuck inside the pocket trying to exchange with Savannah Marshall to prove a point to her. Only point you have to prove to her is to get your hand raised after winning, 8 rounds to 2, 10 rounds to nothing, like you've been doing. You see what I'm saying? That's the only point you have to prove to her.
Yeah. Like I said, that's the thing I'm worried about with that. Like you brought up Christina Hammer. Like, I didn't view Hammer like that. I didn't view Hammer like that she was anywhere near Clarissa Shields talent-wise. I didn't view her at all like that. But
remember, she was the boogeyman. I remember the lead up to that fight. That fight was on HBO. I remember the lead up to that.
Yeah, I remember how they was trying to make it.
Boogeyman. I mean, she was sitting front row with her fur coat on.
Yeah.
All this type of Christina
they tried
Hammer
to make it like that.
Clarissa.
But I had seen Christina Hammer fight quite a few times, and I was not impressed with her like that. I'm like, she don't got the same talent level. Like, she just didn't have the same talent level that Clarissa Shields has. So I didn't see it as that. I knew she was going to handle her easily. Like I didn't view her as like that when you look at. But this girl, I view different. I view Savannah differently than she closer to Clarissa Shields in that regard. Although I still think Clarissa still has a slight edge in her overall athletic ability. But this girl is closer. Marshall is closer than the other girls. Although I still give the slight edge to Clarissa over her overall athletic ability. But I think
I heard you trying to get in here, but your mic is breaking up.
It could
Cinto?
change. You know, it could change style.
Yeah, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, try it now.
All right. I think what we have in this fight upcoming with these two ladies is I think we have the best boxer against the strongest puncher in boxing and females boxing. Now, there's a lot of good boxers. Amanda Serrano's a great boxer. Taylor is a great boxer. Uh, um, what's my girl name? Um, the little cutie probably just won the belts a few months ago. She's a great boxer. There's a lot of great boxers.
Bumgarner.
Bumgarner. Ooh, man. She just took me back, man. I'm okay. Let me chill out. I'm getting back to my old ways. You see what I'm saying? Before them 21 years, you understand? Anyway, I think we're facing two of the best at what they do. And right side he fell out there. We're not saying that Clarissa's definitely gonna lose the fight. We're in full support of Clarissa. We just saying she's got some things to watch out for, and we just want to make sure she don't. We're voicing our opinion and saying, we want to see her capitalize in these areas so she can give herself a better chance to come out victorious. But as long as she do use that punch volume and she going there with the right head mindset, like DJ said, she's been wanting this girl since the amateurs. She's been wanting to get back. So she got to go into right head. I think she'll be all right, personally, because I think she's professional enough to have a head right. But see, Clarissa already telling herself, and I don't blame her, she should, that she's the best in the ring, period, in females boxing. And she feels like greater than some of these guys out here. Nothing wrong with that. You need that edge and that attitude. But at the same time, don't go in there and not be focused. We want her to be totally focused, and we just don't want her to get hurt and caught with something. Because that girl does hit hard. Ain't no secret that she don't hit hard. She does hit hard. And like my man P said, Christina Hammer, she was, and DJ said it, she was slated, a power puncher, good boxing skills, but she never had the power that this girl possessed right here. And I think that was a lighter weight division too, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know that for sure.
Yeah, that was at 54. That's who Clarissa beat to be undisputed at 54.
Right. So I think we're in for a very intriguing fight. I wouldn't mind going over to London to see that fight, but I know it's gonna cost a little change. You know what I'm saying?
Boy,
I might not be ready to do
Cinto,
that.
you have no idea, man. I told you I looked up how much it would cost just to go to London. Forget the tickets.
Mm-hmm.
We talking about at least anywhere between $3,000 and $4,000.
Yeah.
So,
hey,
man, them tickets were
London,
outrageous, and that's just the flight and hotel.
Them girls over in London, man, they like to get busy. You understand me?
Oh,
I thought about it.
focus.
I don't want to pay that much for a good time. You understand me? But if I go, I got to get some good time. You understand? I ain't going on just no boxing match. It got to be a wrestling match naked. You know.
The best thing that could happen to Clarissa Shields in this fight is Savannah Marshall comes in there and forgets all of her head movement and forgets to use her jab, and she just starts trying to sit down on every shot, trying to knock her out. That would be the best thing for Clarissa Shields right now. But like I said, that fight's gonna happen. According to my guy L Dub the Plug, that fight's gonna happen sometime late June, early July. So, we'll see. And like I said, I'm all for Clarissa getting that fight over there in the UK. Sky Sports is gonna put that on. And like I said, I don't want them to fight. I don't want her to fight in Newcastle. Clarissa's not fighting in Newcastle as well as she should. They should definitely fight at the O2 Arena. How much does the whole O2 Arena hold? I think that's like what, 20K maybe, 20,000 people. I think they can fill that out. And I'm also glad it's happening over there because people actually know who Savannah Marshall is over there. Casual fans don't know who Savannah Marshall is here, so I'm glad it's happening overseas. And
at the same time, they support boxing much better than we do over here. I'm just gonna keep it 100.
Yeah, we got so much more going on over here. That's why.
Yeah.
even though
Yeah,
America is the
we
biggest
do,
media market.
we
And
do. But
I
I still,
killed somebody with this argument the other day. It was like, oh, these guys are huge stars. They're huge stars. I was like, Dillian White is not a huge star, right? Tyson Fury is not a huge star because if that were true, before he fought Deontay Wilder, people would have actually known who he was, and they would have been calling him a cherry pick. So I was like, Tank Davis can go over to the UK and sell out, and then he can come over here and sell out. It's like Anthony Joshua didn't even sell out here. They had to give away tickets at Madison Square Garden. I was like, but think about this, right? When you say that, Joe Calzaghe, does anybody consider him to be a top 20 boxer of all time? Even though he retired undefeated.
I'm not gonna say
Anybody?
20. I'm not gonna say 20. He's probably in the top 50, but I ain't gonna say 20 because he retired undefeated.
Is
He
he
was a good boxer.
is he a top 20 middleweight or super middleweight of all time?
He might be.
Okay.
He might be.
Okay, let's shorten it to top 10 then. Because top 20 he might be. Top 10.
He might be. I mean, I gotta sit back and think all of it. But you gotta remember, Bernard Hopkins ran that division for a long time, so there wasn't nobody in between him. So he might make that top 10 because of that.
But my point was like America being the biggest media market, you know, it's the reason why those guys try to get over here. It's the reason why Amir Khan tried to get over tried and got over here. It's the reason why, you know, Eddie Hearn is trying to get fights over here and trying to keep America in the zone in America. It's a reason why. It's a reason for that. But I'm also happy that Clarissa got that deal she got and is fighting over in the UK because that fight is huge there. That fight's going to sell out. Whatever arena it is, that fight's going to sell out. And she's going to get all the accolades and all the accolades and everything she already has. She's going to get all the recognition that she deserves. So,
So let me ask this then. Let me ask this. What's the biggest fight in boxing that's been made right now? I know the biggest fight in boxing is Earl Spence and Terrence Crawford. That fight hasn't been made
what's
yet.
the
So
biggest
what's
fight
the
that's been made so far?
Yeah. What do y'all think?
Shakur Valdez. My opinion, Shakur Valdez.
Is that bigger
I
than
think that's
Devin
the
Haney?
biggest fight that's been made so far. Other than
Was that for this year?
For this year, so far for this year, yeah. I think that's the biggest fight that's been made so far this year. That's
Is
just my
that
personal.
bigger
That fight's gonna. But that fight's gonna
Go ahead.
happen before that Devin Haney fight anyway.
Hey,
But-
best pugilist.
Go ahead.
What's your position on this weekend fight versus Erickson Lubin?
I got Fundora.
I'm going with. I guess I'm going with Lubin. I think I like the improvements I've seen in him. You know, since he's been working with what's his name from St. Louis? Cunningham. Yeah, I like what I see him. I like his overall skill set. I think
This
he'll
might
be.
be the strongest puncher.
Yeah.
He may be the strongest puncher that Fundora's had to face so
Yeah,
far.
and he a good accurate puncher.
And he can box.
Yeah, and he could box, and he's a good accurate puncher from the southpaw style. So I'm gonna lean in that direction. I think that he has. I think his overall skill set and what he's shown in his arsenal. You know, he could figure him out. You know, he could box. He'll know how to break it down. You know, I think he got the faster hands of the two. Although I think, you know, Fundora's not, you know, he's not no slowpoke, but I think overall his skill set and the style in which he fight, I think that this is gonna be the first time like Fundora really in there with somebody who could really, you know, give it up like that. You know what I'm saying? Like skill wise. And he got a good mind. Like, you know, he's gonna know how If he get hurt, he'll know how to survive that shit too. He might get, and he's a good chance he probably gets stung in that fight once or twice. But I think he know how to adjust and adapt to that now as a profession, as a true pro now. I think that he got the overall complete skill set in that regard. So I'm going with him.
Just like I've been saying for weeks now, Lubin about to beat the shit out Fundora, man.
Hey man, hey, so let me ask you this.
I want to hear why you pick Fundora, Whiteside. I want to hear why you picked it. Go ahead.
Well, this is my problem with the whole fight. When I look at the fight, I look at how Lubin fights, right? When Lubin is at his best, he's kind of fighting off the back foot. He's being more of a counter puncher, right? The problem I have with this whole fight is because Fundora is so long, because he's so tall, when Erickson Lubin loves to fight on the outside. Well, when Erickson Lubin is thinking he's fighting on the outside, it's the mid-range for Fundora. Fundora, and I don't understand. This is one thing I don't understand is how you can be, what is he, 6'5", 6'6"? You know what I'm saying? I'm a 6'5" brother myself. You feel me? So I weigh a lot more than Fundora do. But when if Lubin is trying to be or trying to fight on the outside, even though he feels like he's on the outside, he's at the mid range for Fundora. And when he's anything outside of his outside range, he's not in range, and it's at Fundora's outside range. So I feel like the fight has to happen for Lubin. I feel like for him to even touch Fundora, it has to be at least at the mid range. If that's going to be the case, go ahead.
Kevin Cunningham's going to have a fight on the inside, and Lubin got enough sense to know he needs to be on the inside as well so he can touch the boy. And I think you're going to see Fundora against the rope more than we've ever seen him in this fight, getting those body shots.
Hold on. So you didn't let me finish, but I was gonna say in my opinion, for Lubin to be effective in this fight, he's gonna have to smother Fundora. He can't allow Fundora to have that mid to outside game going. And Lubin, his best fighting style is at the long or on the outside. And so if he smothers Fundora, then I can see him being effective. The problem is if he does that, he's susceptible to getting caught with uppercuts. And if Fundora catches him with an uppercut, we all know that Lubin, the man chin ain't the best. And so I don't like to fight for him because how he's going to have to fight to be effective goes against the way he normally fights. It's not his style of fighting. And so I like Fundora because I think even though Fundora has very horrible defense, but I think that he has a better chin than Lubin, and he'll be able to catch Lubin before Lubin can catch him.
But he ain't been touched by nobody like Lubin touch.
I agree with that. I agree with that. And
nobody really been able to get no good clean shots off him. And I'm gonna tell you something. I think if Lubin gets inside close enough, that uppercut is not going to be effective from that boy. He's so long. I don't know. I don't think the uppercut's going to be that effective.
But the problem is Lubin.
If he body him, I don't think the uppercut going to be.
But Lubin is not an inside fighter. Lubin doesn't fight on the inside like that.
But that don't mean he can't. And I mean the
strategy. I didn't say he couldn't. I didn't say he couldn't. But who has the better inside game? Who has the better inside game?
I don't see Fundora fighting on the inside.
That's all Fundora does is fight on the inside. What are you talking? Even being 6'5", he fights on the inside.
The man fights from the outside.
No, he doesn't. No, Fundora does not fight from the outside. He fights on the inside.
Well, the last fight I saw, man, he was fighting with range, man. I didn't see him fighting
No, he when his last fight when
body
he
body.
fought when he fought was it Garcia? What's the dude name? I don't think it was Garcia. I can't think of the dude name. He was undefeated, and we just saw him fight him. And the man pushed the action and tried to fight him. And what did he try to make the fight happen? He had to make it on the inside because Lubin was too long for him to make it on the outside. He was able to touch Lubin. I'm not Lubin, excuse me, Fundora. He was able to touch him, but at the same time, when if you're Fundora and you're fighting somebody like a Lubin, once again, Lubin his best action comes on the back foot. That when he's able to counterpunch is when he's at his best. In this situation, he's not going to be able to do that because even when he he's actually at mid range for Fundora, and so I just think that Fundora, because of the volume punching that he does, because of the length that he has, I think and the chin that we've seen Lubin have, I think Fundora I think he gonna end up winning this fight.
I think Kevin Cunningham's gonna have a good game plan for Lubin to go in there and execute. If Lubin executes the game plan that's put before him, I think he wins the fight.
I like Kevin Cunningham. I like him a lot. My question is what is the game plan? Because the game plan can't be fight from the outside. The game plan can't be fight from the mid range. So what Lubin? We've seen Lubin. He's not a great inside fighter, and
And
so I just got to
No,
understand what the game
I don't.
plan is.
that's
I
why
don't
Lubin is
know if
going to
I
stay
agree
at
with
the
that.
range to smother Fandora's punches.
I
I
agree.
think the only
I,
way he is going to win this
you
fight,
got to
he
smother him.
has to
You have to smother him.
he has to smother his punches because
But
Fundora is very long, and
my
when he's
problem
able
with
to
him
sit back,
smothering,
hold on, when he's able to
real
sit
quick,
back
DJ,
and
real
pick
quick,
people
DJ,
apart.
real quick.
First of all, Fundora gives up his height.
I
Everybody
agree.
says about him being 6'6". He really
It
fights
means
like he's
nothing.
about 6'1", 6'2". He gives up his height. He
Exactly.
punches down, and he doesn't even fully extend on a lot of his punches.
Exactly.
He doesn't know how to keep you off of him with the jab. If anything, he looks forward to fighting than
He,
anything.
he
So I
don't
think
even try to use the jab. He don't even try to use the jab.
he doesn't stay behind the jab, even though he could absolutely devastate people if he really learned how to use it. He
He don't
doesn't.
know how to.
But
Go
I
ahead.
think what's going to happen in this fight, I think Coach Kevin Cunningham and Lubin have been working on. We got to find a range where we can get inside of his punches, not necessarily fight on the inside, but just get inside of his range and smother his work. That way, when he does hit him, it doesn't have the impact to you know do any real damage because everybody says Lubin's chinny, but he's been only been knocked out once, and he's won 6
Agree.
straight fights.
Agree.
So everybody's been buckled. Everybody's been hurt before. You find the best of the best who've been hurt in fights, but he's only been knocked out once, and that's the only fight he's lost. And it wasn't to a bum. It just so happened to be the unified super welterweight champion of the world, in Jamel Charlo, who's one
Charlo.
fight away from being undisputed, which I think he stops Castano. But that's a whole other discussion for a whole other
Is
day.
it good or nice? Is it good?
Personally, I think you got to think about it. Lubin's chest is gonna be eye level for not Lubin, but Fundora's chest is gonna be eye level for Lubin. I think that is gonna be his aiming point. That is gonna be his point of focus, if you will. And I think he's gonna batter Fundora's rib cage and solar plexus and gut all night. I think Kevin Cunningham has told him throughout this training camp, forget the face. If he hunches down, we'll catch him in the face. But for the most part, we're gonna dig in his rib cage. We're gonna dig to the body. We're gonna dig because he has a small frame. Even though he's tall, he's a very slender man. He doesn't have a lot of muscle covering those bodies. He's wiry built. So we're gonna dig into that body, and I think that's ultimately gonna take a lot of fight out of Fundora because I don't think he's necessarily been in there with somebody like Lubin. Even though I take a resume and style out of it, I don't think he's been in there with a puncher like Lubin. I really don't. So you get somebody like Lubin beating you in your rib cage for, let's call it 7 or 8 rounds. Eventually, those arms are going to start to drop. He's going to start catching. He's going to start catching Fundora with shit to the head, and I feel like he's going to stop Lubin in the 10th or 11th round. With not Lubin. I keep saying Lubin. He's going to stop Fundora in the 10th or 11th round with a body shot. I feel like an cumulative effect of those body shots is really gonna take a toll on Fundora, man, and him not going through that situation before, because he got touched up a lot in his last fight with Sergio Garcia, the guy who's fighting Tony Harrison. So he got touched up a lot. He showed he can be touched. He showed he will give away his height. And so I think somebody like Lubin, who has the skill set to do that, and the mind of Coach Kevin Cunningham, who know how to take advantage of that, who know how to take your biggest weapon away, I feel like that's gonna take a toll in the fight, man. And he's gonna systematically break Fundora down throughout this fight. He's not gonna one-punch knockout him. He's gonna be a systematic breakdown in 10th or 11th round. He's gonna get him out of there.
But this is my problem, and everything you just said is facts. I'm not disagreeing with anything you just said. My problem comes here. 2 things. For Lubin to be effective, he has to be, or he's going to have to fight at what we would call Fundora's inside range for Lubin to be effective. The second thing is, and I don't know why Fundora likes to fight on the inside. Hadn't figured that out yet. I don't know how you 6'5" with 84-inch arms or whatever.
Yeah. He's got some crazy reaches. I think it's like John Jones. I think he's like 84, 85, something like that.
Yeah, I don't understand how you don't use the jab to be effective, and he doesn't. Lubin, does not use the jab at all, which is very confusing. But I'm just looking at the fight. I'm only looking at the fight.
Yeah, how you 6'6" and don't use a jab at all?
It makes no sense whatsoever. It makes no sense.
Especially fighting against smaller guys. No matter who Fundora fights, he's gonna have a 7 or 8 inch arm reach,
and he still want to fight on the inside.
6 or 7 inches of height on.
Where is he from?
Fights at super welterweight, or hell, even middleweight.
Where is Fundora from? Is he Mexican?
No, he's American. I think he's American.
I think so.
American. Let me see. Let me Google.
But this is my thing right here. Why DJ looked this up? My problem is this: when Lubin is at
let me see. Yeah, he's from Florida, man.
He's from Florida.
Yeah, I'm from Florida.
Fundora?
Yeah, he's from Florida, man.
What's his ethnic background?
Let me see. I think he's Mexican. I'm not sure. I don't want to put that out there.
I don't know what he is. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Yeah, but it says here he's from Florida. So
he's from Florida. But I think that's why if his ethnic background is Mexican, that's probably why he fight the way they fight. Like stylistically, people tend to fight the way their ethnic background is from. It's like black people is known to be athletic boxers, mover types for the most part. We have some special punchers in our in the history of our sport over the history of the sport of boxing. Because a lot of even our great punchers, a lot of them guys could box too. Like Joe Louis was a good boxer. St. Liston was a good boxer. Even George Foreman, people just look at him and just knocking it out. George Foreman could box. George Foreman had an excellent jab. You understand what I'm saying? So Fundora, he fights culturally the way that he fight. They don't Mexican guys for the most part they don't fight with a style where they're really considered boxers. The best Mexican boxer I ever saw was Salvador Sanchez, and very few Mexicans fight like him.
But even the thing is just talking about this fight. I'm not disagreeing with anything you just said. Just looking at this fight, man, it's so y'all and correct me if I'm wrong, but y'all tell me when y'all seen there's been a time that Lubin And this is the one thing I want to say before I talk about any the fight itself. Lubin is the more skillful boxer. Erickson Lubin is possibly, in my opinion, this is just my opinion. I think he's the most skillful boxer at 154. I think he's more skillful than Charlo. I think Lubin. I think he's the most skillful boxer at that weight class. That's just my opinion. The problem I have is that for him to be able to use his skill against Fundora, it's a problem because when you're using your skill against him the way he would normally fight, normally he would be on the back foot counterpunching. That's kind of how Lubin fights. The problem is if he's on the back foot, even if he feels he's at the outside range.
Okay, thank you, Rob. Mother is Mexican. Yeah. Okay.
Say it again.
He's born in Florida, raised in Cali. So
yeah.
Okay.
But at the end of the day, if Lubin is fighting on the back foot, Fundora is still, even though Lubin is at outside range, Fundora is at mid range. So Lubin can't do that. Well, he like DJ said, he has to smother his punches. He has to be more of an inside fighter in this fight to be effective because if he's not smothering Fundora's punches, even when he feels like he's in range, if he's in range, Fundora is definitely in range. And Fundora is at the mid range versus the long range. So at some point in time, you're going to have to smother that because you can't just sit there and keep taking punches trying to fight the fight you would normally fight. So I just don't like the matchup. I don't like the matchup for Lubin.
Yeah, I can understand that.
Yeah, totally.
I can understand that. It makes some of the things you said make a lot of sense. But I think, and I'm expecting that he probably will get stunned in the fight.
93 octane. I knew that. I knew his sister was a boxer as well.
Yeah, I'm expecting that he probably will get stunned in the fight. But I agree with I think it was DJ that said, they'll have a good strategy. They'll have a good strategy. And I just feel like, Lubin, this shit he knows the meaning and the importance of this fight. He couldn't afford to take a loss. And I think he learned from that one big loss he had. And he has a lot on the line. And I just see him being more determined and being able to get by whatever difficulty he may have. Because I'm expecting him to probably get rocked once or twice in the fight.
Yeah.
But I'm expecting him to fight through it. I'm
rally.
expecting him to fight through it, and they're going to have a good strategy. Because I know Cunningham going to have a good strategy, as he always does for all his fights. It doesn't matter if his fight is executing where he's laid out. And I'm expecting him to go through a little trouble maybe in the fight at one point. But I think that, he'll be able to dig down and find what he needs. But I do kind of agree with some of the things. I understand why the brother was saying what he was saying, in terms of, stylistically, how the fight could be problematically. It could be a difficult thing. But I think his overall skill set, he'll be able to wear him down. I know he's going to have I know they're working a good plan and a strategy. I know Cunningham going to go into the fight with a good strategy that they're going to try to execute.
Now, and I agree with that.
The way I picture this fight happening, it's crazy. I just thought about this. The way I picture this fight happening, Butayev and Jamal James. Butayev, that's how I picture this fight happening. Now that I think about it. Go ahead, right?
I was thinking about this as well. If you think about it, out of all the in-house names of the 154 pounders, the guys with the biggest names, Lubin is the first one with one of the bigger names to fight this kid. He fought that kid out of that Jamaican kid,
Gallimore.
But he's not the level fighter that Lubin
is. Breaking up, Cinto. Try it again.
I'm in Buddha. I said he fought Gallimore, but he's not the level fighter that Lubin is. So
No.
outside of that, he hadn't had a big household name at 154, and that he's been in the ring with. So it's going to be an interesting fight. And everything that everybody has said on this panel tonight that I've heard has been valid.
Yep.
Right side, DJ, pugilist. I'm not gonna say about that other guy myself. That is, I don't want to be biased, but I just think everything's been said it's been a valid. Everybody's spoken a valid opinion, and that's what's gonna make this fight an intriguing fight for us to watch, because Lubin does have those two homies he carry around with him all the time too. Right side. I mean, he got Sledge and Hammer. You understand me? So
yeah,
he
Hammer time.
He get them things on Fundora. It's good to see how he handles that. But I don't think I've really noticed anybody going to Fundora's body, man. I don't think I've noticed that yet. I got to go back and watch some of his fights.
And that's why I said Kevin Cunningham was gonna put that game plan. Hey man, hey, look, this guy ain't muscular, man. Hey, he kind of skinny to the body. Let's see what he talking about.
He ain't kind of skinny. He is skinny.
The other
Sometimes
problem
skinny dudes can have some pop though. Sometimes skinny guys can have some effective punches, man. That's real talk. They got that wiry, strong strength. Some of them, not all of them.
Yeah.
But the other problem I have in this fight is volume, because, and if you look at how Lubin isn't a volume puncher, but Fundora, the man throw damn near some 80 punches around. When you're a volume puncher the way that he is, and the style that you're fighting in, now this is before I even get to that. The one thing I give, or I think that Lubin has on Fundora, is defense. Fundora's defense is pretty pathetic. I mean, the man has a very pathetic style of defense. He's very susceptible to getting hit. But the problem is as you hit him, he expect to hit you. You see what I'm saying? So I don't agree with that style, but that's just what he does. And so I just, man, and I'm not even gonna lie. I want Lubin to win the fight. I'm a Lubin fan. I like Erison Lubin. Once again, I think Erison Lubin at 154. I think he's one of the, if not the most skilled fighter in that division, as far as skills go. And I believe that skills pay the bill. You know what I'm saying? I'm a Devin Haney fan. I'm a Shakur Stevenson. I'm fans of those because they got skills, and I believe that their skills are elite at the level that they're fighting at. The problem is that because of the size and the lack of chin that Lubin has, man, I worry about this fight for him. I worry about it because if he get caught a couple times, we done seen him get caught on the chin and damn be on whatever kind of legs you want to call it. We done seen that. Y'all correct me if I'm wrong, but I ain't never really seen Fundora just hurt. You know what I'm saying? I ain't never just seen him hurt, even though he has horrible defense, get hit in the face a lot, block punches with his face.
I think if I remember correct, that last fight he was in,
Sergio Garcia.
Sergio Garcia.
Yeah, he stunned him in that fight.
Yeah. Lubin. I mean, not Lubin. Fundora got touched up a lot in that fight, man.
Yeah, he got touched up.
That was a hard fight for him. And
I had Fundora losing that. I thought he lost that fight, in my opinion.
Fundura's defense is an offense. His best. He's from that school of his best. A good offense is his best defense. Is his defense. He fight offensively.
He has no defense.
He's not thinking defense. He's not thinking defense.
No, I agree.
He's thinking attack.
You know what? I think Clarissa, that's a defense too, man. I really do.
Yeah, high body attack mode. She trying to attack.
Right.
I disagree with that. Clarissa Shields attacks when she knows that she's where she needs to be. Clarissa Shields is a very because she dominates fights the way she does, even though she don't knock people out, she's still dominating the fight. So she can be very aggressive because it ain't like you can throw shit back without getting touched. You know what I'm saying? So I think she has better defense than she showed or has this show.
She just ain't. She gets hit, but she hasn't been hit flush a lot. She
She
gets hit
doesn't get
though,
hit a lot.
and I haven't been impressed with her defense as far as making people miss as consistently as I would like to see her make them miss. That's why I feel like her offense is her defense, because I
Yeah,
mean she's always pressing. She's always pressing. She's throwing combos, a lot, high values, punches.
yeah.
So
She be
this is
attacking.
what I see.
It's a Detroit thing. She be attacking. They be high volume. They high volume fighters, man. They be in attack mode.
Hey,
And
look,
she the same thing. And she is no different.
when
Her best
when
defense
it's
is her
only
offense. She be attacking.
when it's only 2-minute rounds, you could throw a lot of punches.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. That's why she throws a lot. And it's part of the reason why she throws so many punches too, I'm sure.
Yeah. No, I salute to her because I think she's gonna beat the shit out of Savannah Marshall. In my opinion, I think she's gonna beat the shit out of her.
She
Because
might. You might. As long as she don't get hurt, she will beat the piss
Anything
out
is
of her.
possible.
But if she
Savannah
get hurt,
Marshall has one thing over her. The only thing Savannah Marshall does better than Clarissa Shields, she has power. And outside of that power, she doesn't have her footwork is below average. Her hand speed is below average. Her ring IQ isn't great. She doesn't have a great outside of power. She doesn't have. I don't know what she does better than Clarissa Shields. Y'all correct me if I'm wrong. Y'all, I hope y'all can educate me, but I don't see her doing anything better than Clarissa Shields outside of the power she carries. And I'm one of those guys. I'll tell
we've had
you.
that discussion already.
Yeah, we had that discussion. I was about to say we've been there, done that.
She's an Olympian, right? She
Who
did fight in
is
the
that?
Olympics. I mean, she
Savannah Marshall?
I mean, she
Both of them.
no slouch.
Both of them are.
Yeah. So she ain't no
Both of them
slouch.
are.
I mean, they high level competition for one
Terrell
another.
Terrell Goucher is an Olympian,
Yeah.
and he looked pretty pathetic in his last fight against Tim Tszyu. So I think it's levels to it. It's levels, and I think that Clarissa Shields is on a whole nother level than the majority of female boxers.
Well, right now we talking
Well, we're
about
gonna find out for sure that night.
the best power.
Yo,
We're
what's
talking
good
about
with
the
the
best
guys?
power against one of the
What's
best
up, Max?
boxers
What's going
in
on,
female
man?
boxing. So
What's
that's what
up,
we're talking
y'all?
about right now.
Hey Max, hey hold on real quick, Max.
Hey, yo, what's up?
Don't start this nonsense tonight, bro. I'm gonna go to sleep, but don't
Hey, it's
start
my birthday right now, man. I'm gonna start whatever, bro. I'm on all the activities.
a birthday, bro.
Yeah, maybe 36 years, man. We
Yeah,
out.
I gotta get this load out of my truck, so I'm gonna
Happy
set my
born
headset
day.
down.
Happy
Thank
born
you, bro.
day.
Appreciate y'all.
Mhm.
I just realized it was Monday. I said, oh, shit, I can't leave DJ hanging.
Oh man, we good, man. We've been having a lot of good discussions tonight, man. Been talking about that Clarissa. We led off talking about that Clarissa Shields and Savannah Marshall fight coming up late June, early July, and then we talk about
Hey, I believe
right now. We talk about this
Clarissa.
weekend's card with Lubin and Fundora.
I don't really have much interest in that, honestly. I don't see what the hype is.
Really?
You don't like that fight?
Really?
I mean, I kind of feel like it's just two B-class fighters.
Oh.
Damn, you got Lubin a B class fighter. Wow.
Yeah.
I ain't mad at you for saying that. I ain't mad. I'm just damn. I ain't know that.
It's not elite shit. That's like an undercard on a pay-per-view or something like that, you know?
Okay.
Like that level, to me at least. But I mean, I'm still gonna watch it. You know, ain't nothing else to watch, so I'm still gonna watch it. But I'm not excited for it, really.
All right. I got you, Max. I got you. Let me ask you this: Ryan Garcia versus Is it Tago? Tagu? What's his name?
Tago,
yeah.
Girl Scout cookie.
What you got on that, Max?
I'm interested to see how Ryan looks. I mean, I know he hears everyone talking shit, so he's kind of got to prove himself in this one. I think so. I think he probably gets the stoppage. I mean, I feel probably the same way everyone else does about Ryan Garcia, as far as him being the weakest link out of that top of the division. But I mean, he did beat Luke Campbell. Luke Campbell's not a slouch.
Stop, man. Stop.
You talking about
Campbell's not.
Lubin a B class fighter, but say
No,
man,
he's a B class fighter. He's a B class fighter, and don't get twisted. But I'm saying it's not like he's a no name like bum
Luke,
though.
he's a C class fighter, bro.
You think he's C class?
Luke, who has Luke Campbell beat? Who has Luke
I mean,
Campbell?
if we're grading on a scale, I guess of who being the A class in that division, Tank Haney.
Loma, Devin Haney. Those are the A class fighters in the division. I think Kambosos is a B class fighter, in my opinion.
Same.
So
I agree on that.
I don't think Luke Campbell. You
don't think a prime Luke Campbell would give Kambosos trouble? You don't think they're about equal?
Maybe. I mean, yeah. Okay, yeah. B minus fighters. I think B minus fighters. Cool. Yeah.
B minus, C plus. Yeah.
Yeah. I give you that. It's just
but
I don't.
Lubin ain't a B class fighter, man. I mean, he's only got one loss, and that was to the champion.
So,
but that's what I'm saying. Compared to the division, like because I just go by the division, right? Because if you want to say overall skill, then there's only a couple in the whole boxing.
I'll tell you this right now. I think Lubin beats the shit out of Tim Tszyu. I can tell you.
I agree.
Yeah. Tim Tszyu got some holes, man. He's got power. Hey, I would love to see a Tim Tszyu and Virgil Ortiz fight. I think their styles is just for a good matchup.
Virgil Ortiz beat the shit out of Tim Tszyu, bro.
You think so? Because Tim Tszyu hit harder than Mean Machine. He'll finish that shit if he wobbles Ortiz.
See, look. This was the first time I saw Tim Tszyu last weekend, right? Or was it a couple weekends ago? That was the first fight I ever saw him fight. And even though he dominated every round after that fight, after the fifth round of that fight, when I think Goucher started to get tired,
you didn't learn from that fight.
It was mainly because of that body work that he was getting hit with. I came away from that fight comparing Tim Tszyu from what I've been hearing and how he's supposed to get the next title shot in that division. I think he's going to get bashed by whoever comes out of this fight with Castaño and Charlo. And I think Lubin beats him. And I think Tony Harrison outboxes him. I came away from that fight not being very impressed with Tim Tszyu. Now, y'all tell me what y'all saw different. But coming away from that fight, I wasn't impressed with him as far as a championship contender right now. Now he'll beat 90% of the division, but I just came away from that fight not being impressed as it is, comparison to the guys who he's supposed to be fighting.
So I've seen Tim Tszyu fight. I've seen his previous fight. In this fight against Terrell Goucher, I learned absolutely nothing from it because I wasn't able to. Go ahead. Okay, I was just saying because I wasn't able to learn anything from it. It's hard for me to say exactly where it stacks up in the division. The reason being is because Terrell Goucher didn't even try to fight. And anybody who stands behind the high guard and allow somebody to wail on your ass.
You here for the shoot? Come in.
Say it again?
Yeah.
He ain't talking to me.
Oh, Best Pieces, go ahead. Mute your mic, man.
So, no, because I wasn't able to learn
it. I didn't know. He told me some trucks was coming. That I let one of the guys in. He said some trucks was coming.
All right, so because
go ahead. I had to mute his mic. About to say what's talking about.
Because of the fight, I wasn't able to learn anything from him, and in the fight, I was looking more. I expected him to win the fight, but I was looking to see a different level. The one thing I did learn, one thing I did learn, if you go back and watch the fight. There were times where he wanted Terrell Goucher kind of to get off so he could counter. And when Terrell Goucher went to try to get off, he countered the shit out of his ass. It's just, it happened so few and far between, it was hard to learn anything new about Tim Tszyu. And so I think Tim Tszyu is a good fighter, but I don't know where he really stacks up because I don't think that the competition that he just fought. And then the other thing was you allowed Terrell Goucher to put your ass on the mat. I
I like seeing that though. I like seeing how fighters react from adversity like that, especially when you're young, undefeated, and you're kind of on top of things. It's good to see how people react.
But my problem is I don't disagree. I don't disagree that I like to see him get up, but my problem is he should have never put you down. He should have never put you down. He wasn't. If you go watch that fight again, he was throwing nothing with conviction. He didn't believe in his damn self in the fight, in my opinion. And so when just looking at the fight, bro, like I know DJ, you was saying that you think that he kind of that Goucher kind of let it go in the fifth round. After midway through the second round, I don't think Goucher was tapped in no more into trying to win the fight. Matter of fact, when he knocked down Tim Tszyu, he damn near looked apologetic, like I wanted to help your ass up, bro. I just, man, I ain't saying what's going on. I'm just saying, Goucher, he ain't the goods, and for me to understand that Tim Tszyu is the goods, I need to see him against a decent level of competition. And in this current situation, I thought that Goucher would be that, but what he showed was that he's not that. And I want to see if it's a Virgil Ortiz. I mean, it's a lot of guys that.
Yeah, but I think Tim Tszyu is just what you see is what you get. I don't think it's like he's a special talent, but he's got good power. He's young. He can. I think he breaks people down. I mean, from what I've seen with that Dennis Hogan fight, he beat the shit out of him. Jeff Horn beat the shit out of him. I think that power is similar to not saying style, not saying skill. I'm just gonna say like the power effect is similar to like the Canelo shit where just doesn't matter where he hits you. Eventually, you're gonna break down by like the 6th, 7th round, and then that's where. Because I don't see him as like a fucking angles and defense and none of that shit. But he's just got straightforward power, and I don't know. I think he'll learn from this. I'm excited to see him against the top comp. I don't know, man. I see him better than Fundora for sure.
But
I don't like the guy.
But my problem is that straightforward shit. Man, skills pay the bills, man. You gotta be
gonna be a GOAT.
To get it in. At some point in time, I just don't see Tim Tszyu. I don't see him being that upper echelon of a fighter. I don't see him being that. I think that there are a lot more skillful guys out there, and when he was in the ring with an individual he was dominating, he still didn't show that dominance that I was looking for from him. And I will say, Goucher knows how to survive. He knows how to survive and make it out. I got that. It's just, I don't know. I was looking for more. I don't know exactly what I was looking for. I just wanted more from him. So I want to see his next fight, and hopefully it'll be much more entertaining than what Goucher was able to bring to the table.
Well, apparently his next fight is going to be whoever wins Charlo Castaño 2. He's been slated to he's the number one contender in the WBO now, and I know he's been wanting his shot in the past 2 fights.
He's losing the keep of them.
Yeah, and see, that's my opinion.
I think they're fun fights, though, still.
I think he loses to those 2 guys, and I also think he loses to Lubin and possibly Tony Harrison. We'll see what we get out of Tony Harrison because he fights the guy who Fundora beat in his last fight, Sergio Garcia. He fights him this weekend as well. So I gave Tony Harrison a mulligan his last fight because that was the first fight without his father and trainer. So this will be his second fight with his brother now as his primary trainer. So we're gonna see what happens. Even though he hadn't fought in a year, I think it's also like a 12 or 13 month layoff for Tony Harrison as well. So we'll see, man. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, if you have those dudes over Tim Tszyu, do you still think Tim Tszyu makes it a competitive fight though?
Yeah, I don't think so. I'm not impressed by Tim Tszyu. He reminds me too much of his pop, man. He fight like a big version of his dad. He reminds me, and I never was a big fan of his pop. You know what I'm saying? But they got the same fighting style. I'm not impressed with him at all. I agree with the brother saying, like he reminds me so much of him, man. Like I said, I never thought much of his dad. But he probably get a lot of props, but he got that lucky ass victory over Zab. But other than that, he just beat a bunch of over the hill fighters. You know, Roger Mayweather was old when he fought him. Chavez was 1,000 years old when he fought him. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was never impressed with his power. And that's what he reminded me of. When I see him, that's all I'm saying is a bigger version of his dad. So I know he's gonna get exposed. And I agree. Either the winner of that fight at 54, either one of them will beat him relatively easily.
Yeah, I think Charlo knocks him out because Goucher, for all of it, for everything that he offered Tim Tszyu in that fight. Every time he decided to throw that counter right hand, he connected with it. Every time. He didn't miss. Every time he threw the counter right, he connected with it. So I'm thinking, I was like, okay, now if that's Lubin, he's going to sleep.
Tim Tszyu gonna face a problem here.
What'd you say?
I think more fights that Tim Tszyu compete against these guys over here in the States, I think he's gonna face problems real soon. He has power. I give him that, but he went down so easy in that first round, man. An elite fighter will get him his butt out of there. I think,
Absolutely.
the kid that he was fighting, he might have been an Olympian, but he wasn't an elite. He's just a good average fighter, in my opinion. He gave him a little competition, but he stopped believing in himself. I think he felt a little power. So I think elite, a good chin with some Tim Tszyu going back to Australia with a loss.
What you got to think about it, Sento. What other reason would the PBC even bring him over here if they if they didn't plan on giving him a title shot? They just kept him in they just kept him in what's the name in Australia. I think they're gonna give him the next title shot. After whoever wins between Charlo and Castaño, he's gonna get the next title shot. Now, do I agree with that? No. I think Lubin. I think after Lubin beats Fundora, he should be next in line. I think he's done more than enough to earn another shot at the champion, to earn another championship fight. The man's been in like 3 or 4 straight WBC eliminators. Like, eventually, you got to get this man a title shot. He's earned it. Not given. He's earned his title shot.
And he like the silver champion for WBC.
Yeah, he's been the silver champion for like his last 3 or 4 fights.
Well, I don't think the WBC will jump Tim Tszyu ahead of him. I don't think that.
It's not the WBC, it's the WBO.
I thought it was WBC.
Whoever wins this fight is the undisputed champion. So he's gonna get a fight. He's gonna get the same shot. That even though Usyk was undisputed at a lower weight class, Tim Tszyu is the number 1 contender, and he's like the interim WBO champion at 154. So he's been screaming about it. He's been very vocal about wanting his title shot, man.
Oh, wait, he's the interim champion. It makes
I think he's the interim WBO champion. Yes, I think he is the mandatory. Because they had to work something out to get this rematch. I remember everything now. Charlo had to work something out with because he has an IBF mandatory. Charlo had an IBF mandatory in Bakram. And Castaño had a WBO mandatory in Tim Tszyu, and they had to work something out with those two guys.
No.
To be able to make this rematch.
The unification fight supersedes them mandatories, man.
It should.
So you ain't got to work
it should. It should. But you got to remember, these guys they already let them fight once.
Yeah, that's okay. The rematch is even better.
Go ahead, Max. What you about to say?
Yeah, no, I haven't heard you all conversation, so I don't know if anyone brought it up. But like y'all ready for this Speedy Rashidi, the PBC, man?
Hold on, Max. You starting up with no. Let me finish this with DJ. DJ, did you say that
breaking up, Santos?
Can y'all hear?
Nah, you still breaking up, bro.
No, you choppy.
All right, good.
Try it now.
You
still choppy.
Nope.
Yeah, I'm down here in Desert Storm 3.
Okay, there you go. That's better.
That's better. Hey,
Yeah, that's
DJ,
better.
did you say you were thinking that the PBC was going to have a championship fight for Tim Tszyu in Australia?
No, I ain't saying nothing about it being in Australia. I'm just
Oh,
saying
okay.
they
I'm just
brought
making
him
sure.
from Australia to put him in the American market because they plan on giving this guy because they figure he's gonna get the next title shot.
Yeah,
Both
yeah.
both Castano and Charlo had mandatories that they had step aside for the first fight, right? Well, no, they didn't really have them step aside, but unification trial mandatory, right? That
Yeah,
that logic went applied to the first fight. After they fought, they had to come back because Bakram, the IBF mandatory that Charlo has, he wants his title shot. And so does Tim Tszyu. Tim Tszyu was very well. If this guy's calling for a title shot, I want my title shot. So they had to work out. At one point, there was doubt that this rematch was even that this immediate rematch was even going to happen
well,
because both
everybody
guys
been
had
chomping at the
mandatory.
bits for it. Everybody was chomping at the bits for this rematch, and
Yeah,
it's good for
everybody wanted their shot. Everybody wanted their shot at the belts.
And see,
So
when the sanctioning body see something good for their pockets, I'm thinking they going with their pockets. That's the way I look at it.
yeah, so they worked something out. I know Charlo's side had to work something out with Bakram, and Castano had to work something out with Tim Tszyu. Now I think Tim Tszyu's going to be the one to get his shot next, but I think it should be Lubin. I think it should be Lubin because at that point Lubin would have won 7 straight fights after being knocked out by the champion, and I think he more than deserved a shot. But then Bakram, being the number one contender in IBF, being the IBF mandatory, he has a gripe. All 3 guys have a gripe, but I just think Lubin deserves his shot more. I think Bakram only has like 11 fights, if I'm not mistaken. It's either 11 or 12 fights.
Was that an eliminator fight that Lubin fought against Rosario?
Yep.
I thought it was.
Yep. Yeah, Lubin's like I said, Lubin's last 3 or 4 fights have all been eliminators.
Yeah, he's a silver champion, silver WBC champion. So, they cooking up something. They cooking up something.
But Charlo saying he needs to do more. And I can understand his argument as well. It's like, dude, I've knocked you out in 1 round.
No, that was the brother knocked. Oh yeah, it was him knocked him out.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Jamel said he doesn't want to fight Lubin. He needs to do more. And I understand his argument is like, dude, I knocked you out in 1 round. Like, go get you some more wins, and then we'll talk. So
he got about 3 or 4 of them joints now.
Huh?
He got about 3 or 4 of them joints now since then.
Yeah, no, he's won, I think, 6 in a row.
Is it 6?
Yeah, I think he's won 6. Yeah, it's like 5 or 6 fights in a row. I have to look it up. I'll have to look it up. But it's been a long because he beat Goucher, he beat Gallimore, he beat Rosario.
All quality fighters. What he beat.
So. Yeah. He's been fighting some quality competition. I'm trying to think who else did Lubin beat?
He beat somebody else
without having them. Those are the guys that I know for sure. The other guys I'll have to look up. But after his win this weekend, he beat Fundora.
That's gonna be a big notch on his belt too.
Because Fundora's supposed to be the next coming, man. Everybody got him pegged as the, this hot new prospect. Man, been fighting 6 times a year.
They got him pegged like Benavidez.
Yeah. Let's see. So, what's his, Silverio Ortiz, Ishai Smith, Atu, and I don't know who Zachariah Atu. Yeah, but I remember Gallimore, Goucher, and Rosario. We was at that fight when he knocked out Rosario.
I saw this little gal walking this morning, man. She was in a hotel next door to my hotel, right? I was getting my little exercise in. I think the pit bull is starting to come out in me again, man. I think it's. I
Well,
can
shit,
see it.
bite down
How
then.
Deontay. How Deontay Wilder say he changes to the bronze bomber.
Yeah.
I start transforming to the coxman, man. Same way, man. I just go in the trance. Started to go get that gal, but I had to remember, shoot, the reason I'm in this hotel because I'm still married. But when it gets us free, I'm gonna be on that ship sailing like a summer gun. You understand me? Ship ahoy! I ho, matey!
But yeah, man, we're gonna have a good time in Dallas next weekend. I can't believe it's already next weekend, man. So
We just gotta remember, man, we don't need to run down and get a couple of them cows, man. We need to walk down and get them all. You understand?
man, only thing I'm getting is food and drinks, man.
That's all we all gonna get, bro. Real
I can
talk.
said so. I was telling Kyle, thank you, Taylor Bell. I've been muting my mic. I've been muting my mic all night, man. Like I've said a couple times already. My allergies are killing me. It's that time of the year, so my nose a little stopped up. So y'all bear with me. But yeah, man. Yeah, it's gonna be a good time, man. We're gonna have fun. We're gonna have a lot of fun. Gonna get to see some good fights because that Arrow card is low key stacked. You know, there's a lot of good fights on that card. I think El Rayo's fighting on that card. You got Butayev and Stanionis. I think that's going to be a good fight. You got your man. Well, I ain't really looking forward to that fight, but I'll probably be somewhere getting something to eat. But you got you got Isak Cruz and Gamboa fighting each other. Who else is on that card?
Is that for this weekend?
You got Brandon Lee on that card. Brandon Lee's on that card.
On the 16th?
Yeah.
Oh, Brandon Lee. I like to see that kid fight, man.
Yeah, Brandon Lee's on that card. So, yeah, it's a lot of good fights on that card, man.
Mm-hmm. I'm letting them females in Dallas know right now. I don't care how fine they are. When them fights going on, tune into the fight. Now, when we have intermission time, I gotta pee or need something to sip on or something like that. I look at.
Like I told you, I'll probably be somewhere getting something to eat during that Gamboa and Isak Cruz fight. I'm not interested in that fight at all.
No,
even though it'll probably be a good fight for however long it lasts, but you know,
it might be what happened to my marriage, man. When it was boxing on, I wouldn't go to bed. There ain't no boxing on. I would go to bed. You know what I'm saying? So I got to have that boxing, man. It's just boxing over everything.
Cody Crowley, the guy who just beat what's his name? He was Errol Spence's IBF mandatory. Abdul Kakarov. Yeah, Cody Crowley just beat him. Cody Crowley's on this card. He's fighting Josecito Lopez. You got Fernando Vargas' son fighting this weekend too. Fight next weekend too.
Yeah, they on that Triller.
Yeah. So yeah, got a nice little card, man. Got a nice little card.
So the next 2 weeks gonna be lit.
Pretty much. Let me see. You got Conor Benn fighting Van Heerden. My man said he want top 5 contenders and then call out Adrian Broder. Matter of fact, shout out to Adrian Broder, man. I see he's going to be coming back here soon. Yeah, they talking about July for him, a late June, early July return for him, man. Shout out to Adrian Broder. That man got up there and pretty much begged for fights last year, saying, hey, man, I need something to do. Like, I can't just sit by and not have anything to do because I'm going to get in trouble. So I need something to do.
Yeah.
So
Adrian does sell fights, man. He puts butts in the seats, man. So,
yeah.
But the thing about he fighting in that niche, man, that 144 niche. You know, he got his own weight division.
Too big for super lightweight, but too small for welterweight.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
But he's fighting for entertainment.
Hey man, he's not a title contender. So if I were him, I'd do the same thing. I'd fight catchweight fights for the rest of my career. I don't think he really desires to be a champion again. So
What's up,
if
Jules
he just wants
Finest?
to take fights, just let him take fights. I think Adrian Broner and Mikey Garcia too would have been a great fight right now for both guys where they are in their careers.
Yeah. Hey, Reg said the AB selling fights thing is old news. Yeah, I feel you, Reg. I don't think he's bringing them in like he would, but he will sell some tickets though. And then if you put the right type of fights around him, around his fight, I mean, it'd be a good show. But see, the problem is with
Oh, I got
AB,
you,
man,
Troy.
he don't come in to do his best. He come in
Oh,
nonchalantly,
Reggie, that's
looking
cold.
like he
That's
already got
cold.
already got it made and everything, and he just screws it up.
That's
AB
cold, Reggie.
about bucking,
Yeah, about blocking.
blocking. Okay, I'm looking.
Yeah, because he ain't gonna throw no punches.
Yeah, because he don't throw no
Oh
punches.
man, that's cold. But yeah, man. After depending on how he looks in his next fight, I'd like to see. You know what? I'd like to see Adrian Broner, Mikey Garcia too, because I think he could have beat Mikey Garcia. Man, he let Mikey outwork him, just like he let Pacquiao outwork him. Even though I think Pacquiao beat him, I think Pacquiao would have beat him either way. He could have beaten Manny Pacquiao. I just think he let Manny Pacquiao and Mikey Garcia outwork him. I think he let Sean Porter outwork him. I think he could have beaten all those guys. But what's
They need
going
to stay
on,
away from
Troy?
them. I think he's too lazy to beat them guys. That's what I believe. He said he has the skill it takes to beat those guys, but I just think Broner is just too lazy to beat them, to do what he needs to do in order to beat them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Can y'all hear me? How's my signal, man? Is it clear?
Yeah, we you loud and clear, Troy. What's going on?
Yeah, I don't think. I think what happened to Broner is when Floyd took that fight with what's the guy that beat Broner? What's the guy that beat Broner and then fought Floyd? What's his name
Maidana?
again? Yeah, I think that did something to his psyche because in all reality he could have boxed circles around that guy.
Yeah.
He could have, but he wanted to fight him, and he's too small to be fighting a guy like that who walks around at 160 and all that. He could have boxed circles around him, and then instead of Floyd setting up a rematch with them, he took the fight. And I think that always played in the back of his mind because he never got a chance to prove he could beat him, and then he just started to doubt himself. I just think he has a mental block, and he still got the physical skills, some of them, but I think that he's starting to slow down and fade. You know?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. But I mean, we talk about Adrian Broner like he's 36. He's only like 31, 32 years old. Now, he's lived a very non-athletic friendly lifestyle, we'll call it. But I think he still got some good fights left in him. If he truly in his mind wants to fight, shout out to my guy Young Billy, man. YB, go check out his channel, man. My guy YB. Good looking forward to seeing you in Dallas, man. Amir Khan is done, 93 Octane. He's done. He said after that last fight with Kell Brook, he's done. And he absolutely should retire.
He been done
Where I
for
was
years.
happy for Kell Brook. It was sad to see. I don't like seeing fighters go out like that. I really don't. I don't like seeing fighters go out where it's clear your punch resistance is gone. And you just in there getting bashed for no reason. So, Amir Khan is done. He should absolutely retire. I think he had a decent career, and it's just time to hang it up. But back to Adrian Broner, it's just once he moved up to welterweight, which he jumped up 2 weight classes to do because he skipped 140. He went from 135. He was fighting at 135, then he went all the way up to 147 to fight Paulie Malignaggi and beat him. I think the worst thing that happened was that he beat Paulie Malignaggi in Brooklyn. Not
He
necessarily
barely
that
beat
he
him.
fought Maidana, and Maidana beat him. Maidana kept catching him and cracking him. I think that it's that he jumped up 2 weight classes, beat a champion, got a belt off of Paulie Malignaggi, and all of a sudden a weight class that he's too small for. He's too small for 147. he feels like he can compete there, and he should have just stopped at 140. That's my thing. Adrian Broner's always been too small to compete at 147, but he's been too big to be at one. But now he's too big to go back down to 140. That's why I said these catchweight fights would be amazing for him. I think him and Mikey Garcia at 145 or 144 will be a good fight for both guys right now. Both guys can make a little money, even though I don't really care about these guys' money like that. But both guys can make a little money, and I think it would still be an entertaining fight.
Yeah, Mikey Garcia is finished. I don't think anybody will come watch him fight anymore. I think he's finished. I don't care who you put him in there with. They already know that he's taking a loss. So I don't see him drawing anybody. I don't believe that. Adrian, now you said he's only 31, right?
Yeah, he's like
Yeah,
31, 32.
right, but you got to factor.
He's
You got
early
to
30s. He's early 30s.
right, but you got to factor in a couple of things though. He drinks,
Yeah, that's why I
and
said a
and he
non-athletic
eats.
friendly lifestyle.
Yeah, and he eats a little different than most human beings do, right?
Right,
And he has bouts with depression like most of us do. So all
right.
of that factors in. So he might be 31 on paper, but he's a whole lot older than that physically.
Yeah,
Yeah. So,
yeah, man. So
so
we'll see, man. I want to see how he looks in his next fight. Yes,
mhm.
Reggie. Yeah, I'll talk about that a little bit more tomorrow. And maybe possibly Thursday. Thursday. Well, no. Yeah,
Yeah.
Thursday.
Also,
I'll talk more about that on MMA Thursday. But I got Aljamain by strangulation this weekend, man. He has to strangle Peter Yan. I got Aljamain by strangulation, man. We'll see. But yeah, I'll talk more about that Thursday, brother.
no, but I want to ask you about the fight with the girl over there. That's she's just being unreasonable. What's her name? You know, the big white girl
You
that
talking
that actually.
about Savannah Marshall?
Yeah, and
Uh-huh.
she jumped her sister's face, said she wanted to fight, but she wants to fight in her hometown. How is that? How is that? And why is that? You don't have any leverage. You have no leverage to tell the sister here what to do. She says she want to fight in London. You have to come to her. She don't have to acquiesce to you because even
Well,
though even though it's your country, who are you?
yeah, I spoke about that earlier, Troy. I was saying how Clarissa even spoke about it as well. She said, I've already come overseas to the UK. It's like I'm not about to fight you in your hometown because anything you do is gonna anything you're gonna do, the crowd's gonna erupt and it's gonna sway the judges. So if we're gonna do this, we're gonna do it somewhere neutral, like the O2 Arena in London or Wembley Arena. So I completely agree with Clarissa on that. It's like I've already come across the pond, so to speak. So no, I'm not gonna fight you in your own backyard. I'm not gonna fight you in your own hometown. That's not happening.
And she's real borderline with a lot of stuff that she says. I'm waiting for her to slip up and say it. I'm waiting for her to slip up and say it because she's gonna say it.
Yeah, man.
I don't
I
I don't
spoke
have to
about
say
that
it, but she's
earlier
gonna
as
say it.
well. I think these two girls, you can see it. They truly don't like each other. It's more than just a competitive balance. Clarissa feels like she's been disrespected by Savannah Marshall. She was like she's trying to downgrade my accomplishments, saying if I had done this and if I had done that, I'd be where you are. And Clarissa's saying, well, you were in those same tournaments as I was as an amateur. You went pro a week after I went pro. So what's the difference? So
But
so Clarissa feels like Savannah Marshall's being real disrespectful, and Savannah feels like Clarissa's overhyped. I beat you 10 years ago in the amateurs, so I just feel like I'm a better fighter than you. So we'll see.
I
Savannah
just,
Marshall's claiming she didn't get the same breaks as Clarissa.
you know what? I'm sick of hearing. Everybody sings that song, don't they? Whose fault is that? You need to deal with your team over that. That has nothing to do with the person you're gonna fight. Boo hoo. That has a lot to do with your team and you. That ain't got nothing to do with the person that you're trying to make a fight with. Because to tell you the truth, they don't care. They don't care. They don't care. They have no reason to care. I don't care.
But
You
this is
know,
the ultimate rivalry. These girls are both in they're the same weight class, and it's just time for this fight to happen. You hear Clarissa's team say that Clarissa and her team said they offered the fight to Savannah Marshall years ago when they were both at 168 together, and Savannah didn't take the fight. So and Savannah pretty much confirmed that last weekend when she said, I
what is
wasn't
the
going to
weight
take that
class
fight
now?
for pennies. Why take the fight now when we could build it into something bigger? And that actually worked out the way she said it would. So now this is a huge fight over there. And I'm glad it's happening in the UK because, like I said, people actually know who Savannah Marshall is over there. So it'll be a good event. But I got Clarissa winning that fight.
Mhm. I do too. I don't care how big that girl is. I do too. I think she has the skills to box her now. When is the White Fury fight?
I think that's a couple weeks away. That's a couple weeks away. Yeah, that's on the 23rd, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Doesn't
it's
it
on the
seem
20. Yeah, it's a couple weeks away.
doesn't
Uh-huh.
it seem that
2 weeks. 2 weeks from Saturday.
okay, yeah. Doesn't it seem that Fury and his loudmouth father are just starting to turn people off completely now? Nobody wants. It's like his 15 minutes of fame has run its course, and White still hasn't said anything. Anything.
Yeah, I just think nobody here. Well, I can't say nobody, but I don't feel like people really care about that fight in America.
That's not true.
I feel like people in America, a lot of people in America, really don't care about that fight. Me, I don't really care who wins. I really
I
don't.
do.
Because I know you got. I know you actually root for Dillian White. You think Dillian White's going to win that fight, but see, like Reggie said, Dillian White's going to pull it off. The Furies are cool with me. You're like, I just I really don't have any interest in that fight. I really don't. And I'll probably end up watching it, because it's a heavyweight championship fight, and I'm always down
Okay.
for a good scrap. But it's just like that fight to me is like, it's not like how I feel about Shakur Valdez, where I was like, finally, let's go.
When is that
Unification.
fight?
Two of the best
When,
super featherweights on the planet. The two best super featherweights on the planet. Let's go. Here we
when
are,
is that
man.
fight?
Been waiting on this fight. Been waiting on this fight. I don't get that. I don't have that same type of energy towards that Tyson Fury and Dillian White fight.
Hmm. But okay, so let me just, if you don't mind, let me just throw it out there and ask everybody else. Centos and pugilism. Are y'all gonna watch that fight? And Kyle, you still here, right? I guess not.
Nah, Kyle went to sleep a long time ago.
Okay. Yeah.
But
Y'all gonna
Sento,
watch the
pugilist, y'all watching that fight? Y'all watching Dillian White and Tyson Fury? Especially now since Big Baby Anderson ain't on the card anymore. It's like yeah, man, that's I really just don't have that much interest for that fight. Even though it'll probably be on at like 3 o'clock in the afternoon that Saturday. So we'll see.
When's the other fight that's coming on you spoke about with with Shakur?
That's April 30th. That's the same day as the two ladies, man. Katie Taylor and Amanda Serrano. They're fighting on that same day. So
Same card or different card?
different card. That's a DAZN card, and Shakur and Valdez is an ESPN top rate card. So
A way
uh,
different time then, I guessing.
I hope they stagger the times because that fight's happening in New York, and Shakur and Valdez is happening in Vegas. So
Oh yeah.
yeah, so I really hope they stagger the times, man.
Yeah. That fight is not getting a lot of airplay, man, with the two ladies. I thought they'd be getting more press.
They should, and that's why Shakur Stevenson was saying, that's why they need to stagger the times, let these ladies get their time to shine on their own. So
Yeah. All right. That's all I got tonight. I'm out of here, man. I gotta go to
all right, Troy, you take care of
I gotta go
yourself, man.
I gotta go to hey, I
Yes.
saw the picture. I saw the picture y'all had. It was you, Sheldon, and Kyle. Man, do y'all ever do any video? To save the memories of y'all going out to these fights, or y'all just go and then you part ways and you come back and do it again.
Oh no. We didn't take any video. We actually do hang out and we talk all the time. So it's cool, man. We still pretty cool. I talk to Sheldon probably 3 times a week. I
Okay.
mean, we're all pretty cool.
Yeah.
Talk
But
to
y'all
Kyle
should do.
almost every day. Same thing with Santos, the best pugilists. Talk to them almost every day. So
Yeah,
yeah,
y'all
we're all
should do
pretty
some
cool.
videos, man, and then share it with the grandkids when they get older. Like this is where we went to such and such fight and carrying on and all that. Because
Yeah,
you're always gonna have one child of that that's really into boxing.
yeah.
So yeah. But all right, man, I'm going. I'm gone, man. I ain't feel like dropping no bombs today, so I'm gone.
All right, Troy. I appreciate you coming in peace, man.
I
Well,
come in
holla at
peace all the time.
you. All right, man. Santos, best pugilist. Y'all still with me?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm here too.
Okay.
You know my stilo.
Yeah, I got you. I understand.
When he come around,
Yeah, same
you
here.
don't say nothing. When
I
he
be
leave,
quiet.
I be talking.
I be quiet. Yeah, I understand. I respect that. So
Yeah, man. It's gonna be some great fights to look
yeah,
forward to,
the
man.
rest of
Leading up,
April,
man.
the rest of April's gonna be packed with fights, man. I can't wait. Whether it's
Yeah.
UFC or Bellator or boxing, man. April's stacked with fights.
So you saying that the Dylan White and Tyson Fury fight is this month on the
Yeah,
23rd?
it's two
I haven't
weeks
been,
away. It's 2 weeks away, bro.
man. I haven't been keeping up with anything, man. I've been pretty much distracted.
That's what I'm
You know what I'm
saying. I
saying?
don't think for the most part, I don't think Americans really have any interest in that fight. For the most part. Now you got a small
Yeah.
section of true boxing fans who actually care, but the casuals and a lot of hardcore boxing fans, I don't think they really care. Like
Nah.
I'm one of those guys. Like I said earlier, I really don't care, man. I really don't
See,
care.
you got. I mean, pretty much we know the outcome. I don't see Dylan White getting lucky in that fight. At least,
Yeah, I don't think he beats Tyson Fury, but if he does,
it'd be great
you know.
if he does. Then it could be him and it could be a great build up for him and Deontay Wilder.
Oh man, I think Wilder's done, man. I think he's gonna retire.
I think so too, but he might come out just to spank that booty,
I
man.
think there's only one guy who can pull him out of retirement.
AJ.
Absolutely. To
Yeah.
me, that's the only guy who's even worth coming out of retirement.
hmm I feel you.
It's like you
Y'all
fought Tyson
y'all
Fury
chop it up.
3 times. You fought Tyson
Chop it
Fury
up.
three times.
I'm gonna get this box
Uh,
out the back and deliver it. Hold on.
go ahead. Yeah, you fought Tyson Fury 3 times. You know what I mean? And the other guy in the division, Anthony Joshua, for whatever reason, you got people who feel like Deontay turned the fight down. Then you got people who feel like AJ ducked. So no matter what, the business couldn't get solved. And as fans, I don't care who you're a fan of. As a fan of AJ, you didn't get to see him fight Deontay Wilder. And as a Wilder fan like myself, you didn't get to see him knock out AJ. So I think there's only one guy who can get Deontay Wilder out of retirement, and that's Anthony Joshua. But other than that, I think Deontay Wilder is I think he's happy. Listen to my guy Tay Jones talk about the situation. Uh, I think Deontay Wilder is happy and content with where his career and his life is now. I think can't really speak on his personal life because I don't know him personally, but he overachieved in his career. Man stepped off a beer truck and became the heavyweight champion of the world. An Olympic bronze medalist. Like, come on, man. He overachieved, man. So You know, if he's happy and he's content with where his career is, I absolutely think he should retire. And I think he's going to retire. So, you know, but like I said, there's only one guy who can break him out of retirement. You must be talking about Dillian White Fury. Because I'd absolutely still pay for Deontay and AJ. I'd still pay for it to this day. To this day.
All right, I'm back.
Oh man, hold on. Oh man. Yep. But I'm gonna go ahead and shut it down tonight, guys. I'm starting to gotta start to
Your,
gotta go take me some
your
more Benadryl.
histamine's bothering you, man.
Yeah, man. I have terrible allergies, man. My whole face was starting closed up. If you saw my eyes right now, it's like
Yeah, I
I've
can
been
hear
in
it
a
in
My
your
son,
live
voice.
fight.
You can
my
hear it in
son
his
used to go
voice.
through that same thing, man.
Yeah, man.
Y'all,
Yeah, I
So
got
y'all
that hay
close
I
by the
gotta
fever.
go
same
eat.
age.
I gotta go eat a few more Benadryl, and
Yeah, you got that hay fever, right?
Kyle went to sleep about an hour ago. So
Yeah, that hay fever ain't no joke.
yeah, man. So yeah, I'm gonna go shut it down tonight.
Mine
So
done got better
y'all
over
can
the
keep
years.
cooking, or I can end the live now.
Mine done got better over the years.
Yeah.
And we got a nice look. We got a decent little crowd. 22. It built up from 4. We were at 4 for a long time. We're at 22 now. But yeah.
But yeah,
Cal's
man, I
going right now.
appreciate everybody coming through in the chat, man. I can't remember everybody to shout them out, but I appreciate everybody coming on to the show.
Oh,
Sento,
they
Best
leaving now.
Pugilist,
Right.
Troy, Bex came through for a little while. My guy Right Side. You know,
Yeah.
appreciate everybody coming on, man. Talking this good boxing talk, man. I just wanted Clarissa and Savannah Marshall to get they shine and talk about how Lubin's about to win yet another fight, yet another eliminator this weekend. So, you know, good weekend of fights coming up. I'll have to get everything done early that day so I can just sit down and chill and watch fights for the rest of the day. But it's gonna be a good weekend of fights, man. No matter what you're watching, whether it's MMA or boxing. So, yeah, man.
That's what's up. Well, we're gonna start the Centos Chronicles in a few minutes, and man, we're gonna do it on a private chat.
So let me go ahead and change the name of the show to Centos Chronicles.
Yeah, we're gonna. I tell you, man. I hope the weather's cool down there in Dallas, Arlington, or whatever. When we get to Texas, man, I hope it don't rain on our parade or anything like that, and I hope it's, you know, decent, spring weather, and we can just get like that, man. Because, man, I tell you, ain't nothing a damp outing when you're trying to have a good time. You know what I mean? But yeah, man, we're gonna. If y'all got a few topics y'all want to talk about, go ahead and put it in the chat. We'll chop it up a little bit. Um, uh, little update about me and my 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 spouse. Um, we are being cordial at this moment. There was silent treatment going on for several weeks, and then I guess she got the message, uh, and we had a conversation, and since that conversation, there's been a few other disagreements, but at the same time, for the most part, it's been agreements, and it's been cordial. Uh, uh, Down with. Probably be
Breaking up, Santos. Breaking up.
breaking up. All right, give me just a moment. How's my mic?
Sound a little better.
All right.
You're a little
Yeah,
better.
I was saying that I think we're gonna this whole record time. Uh,
You just went back to the R2D2.
okay.
Yeah.
One of my R2D2 impressions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Right.
How I'm sounding now, bro.
A little better.
Yeah, yeah, man. But yeah, it's what I was saying is I'm gonna have my situation squared up by the summer, early part of the summer, I think, at the latest. And because I don't believe in dragging stuff like that out, so got to get it over with. I still maintain my and
Yeah, you breaking up
not
again. You
so
breaking up.
much. Man,
Yeah, you must be in that bad area because you keep going back to it.
yeah, I'm in Boondock, USA,
Yeah, keep
by way
breaking
of
up.
Alabama. Plus, I'm on my tablet, man. It's not the best either.
Mm-hmm.
I, um, oh, I'm going to be switching over to T-Mobile. I got my SIM cards yesterday. I'm going to put
Okay.
those in tomorrow. So I'm going to be switching over to T-Mobile. We're going to start how this thing work. All I have to do is pay off the current tab that's remaining on my cell phone. And T-Mobile's going to give me a little something to make me feel better, you see. And I'm going to ride out with T-Mobile. From probably next 2 days. It'll probably take about 2 or 3 days, and I'll be officially switched over to T-Mobile. Right now I'm on AT&T. I don't know how T-Mobile's going to these little volatile areas where I have not so good of connection with the cell phone, but we shall find out. Word, word. Snap it up. Now,
Yeah.
yeah, we're gonna make this thing go smooth and easy. Now, uh, when I come out. When I come out this summer, it's gonna be a new dude. You see, my stomach already going down a little bit. Been kind of working on some things. You see, eating a little bit better. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not forced to eat a meal that I don't agree with right now. You see what I'm saying? I eat how I want to eat, and that's lean, a little healthy. I can get a little pack. Get that. At least get a 4-pack back. You know what I'm saying? If I don't get the whole 6, you dig what I'm saying? So
Mm-hmm.
get ready to get tightened up a little bit around the edges. But I did notice today my stomach. Well, I noticed it yesterday, but I really noticed it today because I had to put my uniform pants on. Yeah, I was squeeze that belt up a little bit tighter than I normally do. It's going down. Tighten my titties up and lower and squeeze off some trim that stomach, man. You know, I be feeling more confident. You know what I mean? I gotta keep the gray out of my head. You know what I'm saying? The gray is taking over. So I gotta go to my barber, man, get a little something knocked out. But it's gonna be, man. We're gonna have a good time, man. I'm looking forward to getting my life back. The fear factor, uh, this transition is over. I feared it for a long time, and now I'm forward to it. So it's all good. Um, as far as the prospect pool looks real strong and good. Um, and that's not even advertising on a wide net level. When I advertise on a wide net level, the prospect pool would shall increase. There'll be some mad people because I'm gonna be like man Chris Tucker when he went over there to China to hang out with man Jackie Chan. You know when he was he was like hey man I take you, I take you, and I take you, and you too. So it's gonna be like a smorgasbord out of this joint. You understand me? But right now I'm kind of hiding from a few people. I ain't just yet. I ain't ready yet. Just wait a little longer. You can pick me off the tree, and I might be right. Just chilling, man, and plotting for my future. I'm getting ready to fix the old La Casa up the way I want it. You know, I've been holding back on some repairs around the house because I had too many folks in my house for too long. Now there's going to be a bachelor's crib. I'm about to hook that joint up. You know what I'm saying? A little bit at a time. Next time somebody, well, I don't think it's gonna be no next time. See it once they get out of there, they can't come back in. You know, that's kind of situation I'm running. But after I get everything tight, when it's time to sell, if I decide to sell it, I may stick around. You know, I got enough land to add on to my house, and that's what I'm really considering doing. Just fixing it on up the way I would like for it to be, and go for it like that. Make a whole new crib out of it. You dig? But I don't know. We'll see. But I'm looking forward to all that. But I'm looking forward to being able to catch more fights from this point on, because I can flow how flow, uh, drop in and drop out when I feel like it. You know what I'm saying? In between work and things of that nature. And that's a big highlight for me, man. I want to get back to enjoying life, and I see the opportunity happening for that, and looking forward to all that. You know, so. I appreciate all the support that I've received from all my fellow uh, uh, colleagues and peers throughout YouTube as far as this boxing deal. You know, y'all been great, and we'll continue to be great for each other. You know what I'm saying? Uh, I've done some crying. I ain't gonna lie, y'all know I'm a crybaby, so I done did some crying. I ain't gonna front on my homies. I done did some crying, but I did my last piece of crying on the 28th of March. You know, that's when me and her were having a little conversation. I let her know, hey, I tried to tell you how I feel, but you got mixed up. I didn't get mixed up. She did. So mixed up. That was somebody Roger for y'all that don't know. But anyway, so moving on, you know what I'm saying? And you know, we're able to speak cordially now. That's all I ever wanted. You know, we good. You know what I'm saying? So it'll be a transition. If she don't change her mind and flip on me or whatever, you know what I'm saying? If she do that, I'm gonna make it nasty, nasty, nasty. I'm gonna make it nasty, nasty, nasty. And I hate to do that, but I gotta do what I gotta protect me. You know what I mean? But there's a few places I'm gonna be visiting in this country in the near future. California, I'm gonna be visiting the great giant state of Texas. In Texas, even though I'm going down there for the fight, and I'm still come back for some hangout, you know, and cool out. You know what I'm saying? All right. Of course, you got to do Las Vegas, Nevada. Well, that's a city in a state. And I go through Alabama all the time. You know what I'm saying? Of course, I'll be making probably some repetitive trips to Atlanta, and most of all, I am going to be visiting a state that I've never visited before in my entire life. I've had many opportunities and I've passed them up, but I got great reasons to be there visiting now. And that's my brother, best pugilist. I will be making appearances in New York City, you understand me? Well, I'm going to say New York State, and wherever his locality is, we'll be hanging out, you know what I'm saying? We're going to be having talking, you understand me? I ain't going to say, you know, what all going to be happening, you know, 'cause y'all don't need no option in this, you know, understand what I'm saying? But we're going to be moving and shaking and understanding some things, you know, and he will be overstanding, I'm understanding, you know, he going to be some overstanding. That's what I'm to say, you understand me? So, it's going to go and pop it, and, more than likely, you know what I'm saying? And I definitely need to visit the continent of the motherland, Africa. Got to do it, man. As long as I have the strength and the breath in my body to move around, I'm gonna make it happen, Captain. I'm rich with timeshare. I'm rich with timeshare, so I gotta utilize that stuff. You know what I mean? And buy it just to say I had it, but to use and analyze. I'm a trick. A lot of people get tricked with that stuff, but at the same time, it's a little benefit in it. It depends on how you use it. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, at the end of the day, they put that carrot on. They work it all around, plug you up for life. You know what I'm saying? So it is. But I'm gonna give me some use out of it before I leave this earth. You know, a little more use out of it. That is. But other than that, I'm looking forward to my. Just want to let y'all know I'm good. I'm cool. Um, I'm getting back to a cheerful state and personality like I'm known for, and it feels good. I have to admit it does. And the fact that I can look at the grapes, um, and then pretty soon in the future I'll be able to taste them if I choose to. That's gonna be fun. Yes, sir. But we got to get to some. I don't. None of us talked about that. Serrano and Taylor fight. Katie Taylor and Amanda Serrano. Did we talk about that, Pierce? Master Yoda said I broke up with my wife. Oh, broke. Oh, you said did I break up with her? Oh yeah, man. It's a done deal, bro. The wifey, man. I'm not gonna drag or talk bad, but I think I earned her wish. Um, Thanks to the fine uh, police of Smyrna, Tennessee, and the biased judge that uh, uh, the story is a grandchild, the, the, the granddaughter called the police on me. I was chilling in my crib, you know, in my gym tank top, trying to, heat up a little casserole dish, man. You understand me? I know they made all my food up. And, I end up going to the clink, man, and I go to jail, you get fired. That's just where it works in relationships. What's up? Hey, what's up, Trey? Trey, what's up? Shit, we've been looking for y'all. You back in the country? You been giving us a side and treat. Hey, DJ just got off and sleepy. The sleepy